Hello and welcome to Hidden Dusk, a place where the night grows quiet and the shadows begin to tell their stories. Before we begin, dim the lights, get comfortable and relax. And if you enjoy calm and eerie stories like this, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Now, let the darkness guide you into tonight's story. I never imagined that the trip my parents planned so casually would change the shape of my memories forever. But it did. I was only 12 that spring, still small enough to think of myself as a kid yet old enough to be curious about every new place in a way that sometimes got me into trouble. My father often joked that I had the exploring spirit of an old-time pioneer. If there was a hill to climb, I wanted to scramble to its summit. If there was a creek at the edge of a campground, I wanted to turn over every smooth stone in the water until the pads of my fingers went numb. The plan, on the face of it, sounded like a dream. For full nights in a log cabin in the mountains of California, tucked away in evergreens, far from the brown haze of city life, we would bring my grandmother, who had raised my mother out near desert country and still loved the smell of pine resin. Even if her body had grown too frail to hike on uneven ground, she would sit on the cabin porch and watch the ravens wheel overhead. My parents would doze in camp chairs, sipping coffee as thick as syrup from their dented tin mugs. I would cast a fishing line off the small wooden dock at the lake down the hill, certain that I was about to land a trout bigger than my forearm. I had pictured it all in vivid detail during the long car ride. The freeway hours droned by, the first two spent in sprawling suburbs, the third winding up into rolling foothills dotted with valley oak. Then the landscape changed. Sun-bleached grass slowly gave way to darker evergreens, straight trunks rising like cathedral pillars. A blue haze shimmered over distant ridges in the afternoon heat. We followed a two-lane road that clung to switchbacks and climbed past a wooden sign marked National Forest, elevation 5,800 feet. My ears popped. Beside me in the back seat, my grandmother stirred from a light nap. I turned to her. She gave my knee an encouraging squeeze, the corner of her mouth lifting in a half-smile before she closed her eyes again. She had been brave about the long ride, but I could tell the curves made her queasy. My father kept both hands on the wheel, focused on each bend. My mother sat in the passenger seat humming quietly to a folk song on the radio, her elbow resting on a stack of folded trail maps. We drove another 40 minutes before glimpsing the cabin through shafts of late-day sunlight. It wasn't part of a resort or campground cluster. If anything, it looked like a leftover piece from an earlier era, the kind of rustic lodge a hunter might have built decades ago and slowly, laboriously improved, one log at a time. Its walls were fat pine timbers stained a red-brown, the color of my grandmother's cedar chest. Shingles like rough bark covered the steep roof, and a stone chimney jutted up the back corner where wisps of smoke curled into the sky. A split-rail fence lined the perimeter of the small yard. Behind it stretched an undulating sea of forest. The driveway was no more than a narrow spur off a dirt fire road. As Dad guided the minivan up the last rutted slope, gravel cracked under our tires. Dust billowed in the rear view until we stopped beside a pile of chopped firewood under a tarp. I could taste pitch on the breeze. Stepping out felt like walking into a refrigerated room after a sweltering gym. The air at that elevation was cool and startlingly clean. It smelled of sap and leaf mold and something faintly metallic, perhaps the breath of the mountain itself. I took a deep lungful and felt lightheaded. My grandma let my dad unfold her wheelchair from the trunk. He helped her into it with practiced gentleness. My mom stretched her arms overhead, relieving tension after hours pinned in the front seat. "Ed, sweetheart," she called. "Why don't you go up to your room and unpack your things while we settle Grandma?" I nodded, grabbed my duffel, and hurried toward the porch steps, my excitement making me misjudge the weight of my bag. It bumped off each stair as I climbed, but all I could think about was which bedroom had the best view. The first surprise hit me even before I had crossed the threshold. When I pushed the heavy door inward, its thick brass hinges squealed like something wild caught in a snare. The noise echoed inside the dark interior before dying in the rafters. For a second, I hesitated. Something about that drawn-out creak reminded me of the slow vocalization of a large animal, half deer bleat, half human moan. My pulse fluttered, But I reminded myself old cabins always complain like that. Wood swells and shrinks. Hinges rust. I shrugged away the goosebumps, shoved the door wider, and stepped in. I think children remember places partly by smell. My grandma's house tasted of lavender sachets. My school gym of chalk dust and half-dried mop water. That cabin's first gift to me was the scent of aged timber, wood smoke, and something faintly feral, as if a mink had nested in the walls. Light spilled through tall windows on the far side, highlighting an open living space dominated by a deep sofa positioned in front of a flat-screen TV mounted on pine paneling. A wood-burning stove, cast iron and squat, crouched near a stack of split logs ready for feeding. The adjoining kitchen boasted polished granite counters and 3 sturdy bar stools. Someone had blended modern convenience with old forest ambience, and the effect should have been comforting. Yet a prickle at the base of my neck told me the logs and beams had stories older than the flat screen's plastic housing. When the front door thudded shut behind me, Dad's arms full of suitcases, a small echo shivered through the boards. I did not linger downstairs. Curiosity tugged me toward the left side of the living room where a staircase ascended. Each riser was thick pine, and the banister logs still wore rough bark trim. Halfway up, my hand slid across a knot that felt like a cold eye. At the landing, I turned down a hallway lit by one tall window where green-gold shade mottled the plaster. The scent shifted subtly. Less smoke, more dust. At the far end stood an open door, the only one ajar. That, by simple process of elimination, would be my room. I hefted my duffel through the doorway. Late sunlight slanted across rough floorboards, illuminating specks of dust swirling like golden snow. Beyond that beauty, something else demanded attention. On the floor, exactly in the center of the oak planks, lay a rat. It might once have been a healthy gray creature, but now it was a mess of ragged fur and bright viscera. Some predator or scavenger had gnawed it nearly hollow, ribs cracked, entrails smeared in rusty coils. Blood spatter reached my sneakers. A sour, coppery stench hit the back of my throat. Scream tore up my windpipe. I dropped the duffel with a thud and staggered backward so fast I crashed against the frame, rattling the door on its hinges. The next memories jolt together. I remember my father's broad shoulders appearing at the bottom of the staircase, suitcase handle still in his hand. "Dad, there's a dead rat in my room," I shouted so loudly my voice cracked. Scenes blur, me half running down the hall, him tilting his head, confusion dissolving to mild annoyance rather than alarm. Already he seemed tired from driving and from settling my grandmother, who required careful lifting. "A rat? You want me to deal with every rodent in this forest?" he said with a sigh. "You're old enough, Ed. Grab some paper towel, bleach, Lysol, whatever's under the sink. Make sure it's all disposed of properly." He spoke as though rodent corpses in the middle of bedrooms were normal chores. I wanted to protest. This was not a trapped mouse behind the stove. The thing looked mauled, but his stern expression told me any further whining would earn a lecture on self-reliance. So, jaw clenched to keep bile down, I did it. I carried half a roll of paper towels upstairs, donned the thin plastic gloves left beneath the kitchen sink, and forced myself to scoop the limp body into a grocery bag. The spine cracked like twigs. I wiped sticky streaks off the floor, scrubbing until the wood lost its dark stain. When I sprayed Lysol, the citrus smell clashed nauseatingly with the metallic stench. I triple-bagged the remains and tossed them into the bear-proof garbage bin outside. Taking the trash out alone under early dusk, I studied the treeline 30 yards behind the cabin where shadows pooled. Ravens or some blackbirds scolded overhead. A part of me wondered if those scavengers had pulled the rat through a gap somewhere. But the corpse had not looked pecked. It looked torn. That evening my mother cooked macaroni and cheese with sliced hot dogs, a childhood staple she resurrected on vacations because camping food should feel easy. I took my bowl to the couch beside Grandma's wheelchair. Her left hand rested on a knit blanket. Her wispy gray hair haloed her head. She smiled gently while I told her about the adventure upstairs, though I spared the gory details. The cabin's interior glowed orange from overhead fixtures and the dancing stove flame. The worst moment of the day seemed behind us. While we ate, I noticed something else. a rectangular seam in the living room floor I had missed earlier. It lay between the television and the sofa, almost precisely centered. For dark metal hinges lined one edge. On the opposite side protruded a recessed iron ring, a trapdoor, a square mouth in the planks that looked as though it hadn't been opened in decades. I nudged Mom's elbow. "What's that door?" She glanced over mid-bite. "Probably just a crawl space," she said. "These old builders raised cabins off the ground, sometimes to keep floodwater from seeping inside, sometimes for utility access." She shrugged. "Nothing to fuss over." The explanation satisfied everyone else. Dad turned up the volume on a comedy movie. Grandma drifted off. Yet I kept sneaking glances at the dark outline in the pine boards. Why place a trapdoor in the living room, not in some hidden closet? Why had it never been mentioned in the rental listing? Questions flickered, then dulled as fatigue dragged at my eyelids. By 9:30 I excused myself for bed, still wary after the rat incident but excited for morning plans. Dad had promised kayaking across a mirror-still lake and fishing along a cove where wild iris bloomed. Lying under heavy flannel blankets, I replayed his stories of trophy fish he'd caught long before I was born. The cabin's old pipes clanged once when Mom washed dishes. Wind sighed through trees outside my window. Eventually the hush folded me into sleep. A tapping sound woke me sometime after midnight. At first I thought pine cones tumbled from branches onto the roof shingles. Then I heard shuffling, soft, repetitive scraping beneath the floorboards just under the foot of my bed. Something alive down there, moving around in confined space. The noise zigzagged, stopped beneath one wall, then resumed under another section. My stomach knotted. An image of the dead rat flashed behind my eyes. If scavengers lived under this cabin, maybe the rat had been dropped through a hole or carried up by a pest. But as the sound grew louder, I felt a low vibration through mattress coils, as though not a rodent but something heavier crawled underneath, bumping beams. Hot blood pulsed in my ears, and curiosity wrestled fear. I slid out of bed, toes curling against the cool floor, and cracked my bedroom door. Moonlight spilled like thin milk across the hallway. Shadows of pine boughs danced against wallpaper in slow rhythm with swaying treetops. The shuffling continued below, moving toward the stairwell. I crept barefoot onto the landing. The house felt colder than earlier, as if someone had opened a window. Each step down the staircase sent creaks bouncing through the structure. I paused halfway, worried the noise would wake my parents, but their room remained dark behind a closed door. Only the stove's dying embers glowed faint in the grate. When I reached the living room floorboards, I crouched near the trapdoor seam and pressed an ear to the planks. There definitely movement beneath, slow dragging, then rhythmic scratching like claws scrabbling at wood. I wish I could claim I turned back, woke Dad, and demanded we leave. Instead, some stubborn streak or plain foolishness made me test the iron ring. It was colder than the room. In one motion, I lifted the square door. Hinges groaned softly. A rank odor of damp earth and decay wafted up, stronger than dusty boards should emit. I shone my flashlight, left from camping gear, into the opening. Its beam caught slender beams supporting the floor above, webs hanging in tatters, and something skittering away into darkness. Rats, dozens of them, racing out of view. The crawl space looked more expansive than Mom's casual utility access implied. It stretched at least 8 feet before the joists vanished into black. If I had been rational, I would have shut the door and vowed never to open it again. Instead, I lowered myself through the gap, one elbow at a time. The ground beneath was packed dirt, cold and slightly moist against my palms. I whispered to myself that discovering a rat nest would be a fun story. I crawled, knees grinding grit, until the flashlight's glow revealed a corner where the dirt sloped upward near the cabin's perimeter. Shadows huddled so thick my beam seemed swallowed. That was when a shape moved, too large to be a rodent. My hand jerked. The light circle jumped and landed on a figure crouched against the far beam. It was pale, skin stretched so tight over a skeletal frame that each rib showed stark in relief. Limbs longer than anything human, elongated like spider legs but with jointed elbows ending in hands. Fingers, no, claws curved 6 inches each. The creature hugged its knees, pinning something to its sunken chest. A rat's limp body, blood streaking its wrist. The flashlight glare bounced off eyes ringed with milky sclera. The pupils, reflective like an animal's, caught the ray and threw it back white. Those eyes met mine. For one suspended second, neither of us moved. Then it screeched, a shrill, throat-ripping sound, halfway between bat squeal and pig scream, amplifying in the low crawl space until pain lanced my ears. The creature lunged. Its arms shot forward, claws embedding in a support beam, slingshotting its torso toward me. I scrambled backward on all fours, stones gouging my palms, flashlight wobbling. The thing contorted, using beams as monkey bars, its spidery body folding then extending with terrifying speed. I felt its breath, hot and fetid, brush my heels. Panic granted me strange clarity. I remembered the location of the trap opening and aimed myself toward it. When daylight from the living room spilled across dirt, I surged up, elbows bruising as I hauled onto the floorboards. The creature's hand latched onto my shoe sole, yanking with surprising power. I kicked, heel connecting to something slick. The grip loosened. I slammed the trapdoor shut and flung my whole weight over it. For perhaps 60 seconds I lay flat, chest heaving, expecting claws to pry the hatch or wood to split. Something pounded twice underneath, then silence. Only my heartbeat banged in my skull. My nightshirt clung with sweat. Finally, I forced shaking legs to stand and bolted upstairs. My parents' door loomed, fists hammered. My ragged voice pleaded, "Dad, Mom, please let me in." Footfalls. Then the door cracked, revealing my father's confused, pillow-creased face. He listened as I babbled about something in the crawl space. But when I mentioned pale skin and long arms, his brows drew together, skepticism cooling any paternal alarm. He believed I'd had a nightmare. The rat earlier had fixed fear in my imagination, he said. "Go back to bed," he whispered. "You woke your grandmother." I tried again, voice shaking. "It touched me. It's under us." But he insisted nothing could enter that crawl space except rodents. I could tell from his tired eyes there was no convincing him. He closed the door. I returned to my room but did not sleep. I sat upright until weak dawn light leaked through curtains. Occasionally I heard faint scraping below, like claws testing boards, but it never came close again. The morning's bright routine erased nothing but dulled the terror. My mother served oatmeal sprinkled with brown sugar, while Dad loaded fishing gear. I shoved spoonfuls into my mouth to avoid talking. Grandma patted my hand and whispered that fresh air would calm nightmares. Dad and I hiked down a narrow trail to the lake. Glass-smooth water reflected sky so clearly that when I cast my line, it felt like dropping bait into clouds. My father seemed relaxed, telling me about how he'd caught smallmouth bass on a similar lake as a teenager. I watched his hands tie knots, steady and sure, and for a while the horror felt like something separate from reality, the way you remember a fever dream once you step outside into sunshine. By late afternoon, we returned to the cabin, dragging the aluminum canoe onto shore and promising we'd launch it next morning for deeper water. At sunset, my mom built a small fire in a ring outside the cabin. The smell of charred pine mingled with melting marshmallow sweetness. Grandma requested her marshmallow toasted just brown, not black, and I carefully turned the stick for her. When I bit into my s'more, chocolate oozed over my thumb and I laughed, wiped it with a napkin, and felt almost happy again. But dread returned when darkness fell. Inside, my father banked the stove and checked window latches. Nothing looked disturbed from the night before, yet I peeked at the trapdoor, still firmly shut. We said goodnight. Dad ruffled my hair, telling me to dream of monster fish, not other monsters. In bed, I kept socks on, every nerve tuned to the floorboards. Sometime after I dozed, the cabin's stillness fractured. A soft creak, the trapdoor. My stomach clenched. I held my breath. Wood groaned. Then cupboard doors banged open, one after another, like someone unfamiliar with kitchens tearing through drawers in search of something. Pots clanged. A mug shattered. I sat bolt upright, pulse thrumming in my throat. The hangers in my closet rattled as if vibrations traveled through studs. Then footsteps moved toward the staircase, light but deliberate, clicking nails on wood. Each stair moaned under weight yet seemed too quick for a human gait, almost a hopping scuttle. I jolted up, checked my doorknob. It did not lock. Barefoot, I shoved my desk chair under the knob as a makeshift wedge. My mind raced. Could it open doors? Did it even understand obstacles? Scratch, scratch along the hallway wall. Something sniffed at gaps. Then my knob jiggled. The door rattled softly. No searching paws slid under. No claws scraped the chair leg. But the doorknob twisted once, twice. I barely breathed. Suddenly a sharp crash detonated downstairs. Glass exploding. A roar. Not human, not animal exactly, ripped through wood. My father's voice bellowed, "Go on! Get out! Get!" I imagined him swinging his hunting knife, the one he always packed for fishing trips. Something screeched again, a shrill wail of fury and pain that made my gums ache. Then silence but for my father's harsh panting. I kicked the chair aside, scrambled to the hall. Dad stood at the top of the stairs, shirt half tucked into sweatpants, knife dripping dark fluid blood. He turned wild eyes toward me, chest heaving. "Stay back," he ordered, voice trembling but firm. On the hallway floor, smudges of black-red dotted the planks. We followed drips to the shattered living room window. Cold night air flooded through shards. Outside, tree shadows quivered. A line of crimson droplets led onto the porch and vanished down the steps. Dad's knife hand shook once before lowering. My mother emerged wrapped in a robe, supporting Grandma, whose fingers trembled on the wheelchair armrests. Dad looked each of us in the face and said, "Pack, we leave now." No one argued. We shoved belongings into duffels without folding. Mom strapped Grandma into the van as Dad threw gear into the trunk. When I climbed in, I glanced over my shoulder at the silent cabin. The broken window gaped dark, shards reflecting moonlight like tiny mirrors. In one, for a half second, I thought I saw a pale, elongated face watching from inside, eyes shining like twin coins. Then Dad gunned the engine and we jolted down the driveway. Gravel spit behind tires. The cabin disappeared behind the first bend of trees. We drove through the night until headlights touched city outskirts. No one spoke. Grandma dozed, head bobbing. My mother stared straight ahead, clutching her mug of cold coffee. I kept replaying the sequence. The screech, Dad's shout, the blood trail. At dawn, we pulled into a diner parking lot. Dad wiped the knife clean in the bathroom and wrapped it in a towel. When the waitress asked why we looked so pale, Mom claimed we'd spotted a bear on the porch. The waitress laughed and said, "That'll give anyone gray hair." But I saw Dad's knuckles whiten around a coffee mug. He knew a bear did not have body proportions like that, nor move with that crawling speed. We never returned to the cabin to retrieve the rest of our things. The rental company kept our deposit, but no one complained. For weeks, I woke at night to phantom scratching. I inspected closets, checked under beds. Eventually, the sense of pursuit faded, though never completely. Even now, as an adult, if I hear a floor creak at midnight, my throat tightens. In time, Mom, Dad, and I agreed, without speaking, that we would not discuss what happened. Grandma lived 3 more years and never raised the topic. I suspect she sensed the danger but spared me details. Occasionally, I asked Dad whether he believed cryptid tales. He'd answer, "Some things out there haven't crawled into a biology book yet. Doesn't mean they aren't real." Then he'd change the subject. Only once did he reference the cabin directly. "The wild is bigger than us, Ed. When it tells you to leave, you leave." Now that decades have passed, I sometimes revisit that night in dreams. I feel the cold dirt under my knees, smell the metallic stench of rat blood, see the white flash of eyes in my flashlight beam. Experts might call it a forest ghoul, a wendigo, a pale crawler. I call it the thing under the floorboards, and that is scarier than any label. Names try to cage the unknown. Experience rips the cage wide open. Whenever a friend suggests renting a rustic cabin for a getaway, I smile politely and say I'm not much of a cabin person. If they press, I tell a tamer version of the story. Misplaced raccoon, mama bear, broken window. But at night, I double lock my apartment door in the city, far from national forests. I check air vents. I sleep with a flashlight on the bedside table, because in my memories, the floor planks above that crawl space still tremble, and a trap door still shudders beneath some unseen weight, waiting for the hinge pins to rust just enough to give. And somewhere, in a shadowed hollow high in the California mountains, a pale figure might still roam through cedar-scented darkness, its eyes reflecting every searching beam of light, its claws beckoning the curious child in each of us who believes they can handle whatever waits below. I have lived in Cairo most of my life, but the place that shaped my summers, and so many of my memories, is a small resort village on the northern coast of Egypt. My grandparents bought a simple 2-bedroom cottage there in the early 1980s, before any of the fancy beachfront compounds or luxury hotels appeared. The village itself was little more than a scattering of low whitewashed houses, a few groceries and cafes, a single mosque and long, astonishing stretches of almost empty beach, a pale ribbon of sand that ran beneath the turquoise arc of the Mediterranean. Every June, the city emptied out and families would head north seeking relief from Cairo's brutal, dust-filled heat. We were one of them. From the age of 5 until I graduated secondary school, I spent nearly every summer break, 3 glorious months, at my grandparents' cottage. In spite of all that familiarity, there is a night in that house I cannot forget, a night that still keeps me awake sometimes, 18 years later. I remember details with such precision that if I close my eyes, the memory rises like a film projected on the inside of my skull. The sound of the shutters rattling, the smell of mango and salt drifting through the hallway, the way my cotton nightshirt stuck to my damp skin, and the solid black presence that appeared less than an arm's length from my face. To understand what happened, you must first picture the cottage itself. It was one of perhaps 24 identical buildings lining a sandy lane just inland from the sea. The walls were white stucco cracked by the salt air. A red-tiled roof sloped downward toward a tiny front garden, where my grandmother fussed over basil, mint, and bright geraniums. Inside, the layout was so simple I could still draw it today. A square front door opened directly into a small living room on the left, whose single wide window faced the street. Straight ahead, beneath a ceiling fan that creaked and wobbled in every summer breeze, sat an oval dining table surrounded by mismatched chairs. Turn right and there was a narrow hallway. On your immediate right stood my grandparents' bedroom. After that, another, larger guest room. And finally, closest to the kitchen at the very back, my own single room. At the end of the hall, a plain wooden door opened into a cramped kitchen. The only room in the house that felt properly cool, because nothing blocked the strong sea breeze that sluiced in from the back garden. Over the sink, there was a slatted window with green paint peeling around the frame, and, beneath that window, a second door that led to a clothesline and a patch of sand where my grandmother dried our laundry beneath the brilliant sun. The house contained no corridor closets, no basement, no attic, no crawl space. It was an uncomplicated seaside structure, built for the sole purpose of sleeping and eating between beach visits. In my mind, it was completely ordinary, safe. By June of the year I turned 16, I was confident I knew every inch of that building. Every squeaky door hinge, every tile cool beneath bare feet, every moth that circled the lone porch light. I also imagined I knew myself. I was halfway through my second year of secondary school, steeped in the restlessness of adolescence. Not yet a woman, no longer a child. Like so many teenagers, I believed I could do as I pleased. My parents tolerated my sulking moods during the school term, but once exams finished, tradition prevailed. I boarded the Alexandria train with a backpack of novels and headphones, stepped onto the coastal platform 90 minutes later, and drove the remaining kilometers in my grandfather's dusty Fiat. The arrangement was non-negotiable. My grandmother said the sea breeze was the only medicine that kept her chest from tightening in Cairo's pollution. After what happened, I sometimes wondered if she already suspected that air near the cottage carried something else. Too. Something darker than smog. But of course, none of us sensed it then. That summer, I had a small group of friends who also spent vacations in the village, cousins, neighbors' grandchildren, and 2 local kids whose parents ran a nearby shop. We swam, played beach volleyball, and roamed the half-lit boardwalk at night, buying ice cream or cheap bracelets. My grandparents enforced an 11 p.m. curfew with military exactness. I argued, but the rules remained. They claimed the streets became rowdy after midnight, though our lane never saw more than a sputtering scooter or stray dog. The curfew rankled nonetheless, so each evening after they went to bed, I snuck to the living room, turned on the television with the volume at its lowest notch, and watched whatever old movie the single Arabic channel offered. The cottage had no air conditioning, only ceiling fans and thin mosquito nets over each bed. Even with the windows open, the air clung to my skin. However, the living room felt slightly cooler than my bedroom. Facing the street, that front window could funnel in a creak of air, just enough to trick my body into believing the heat might ease. The day before the incident unfolded as any ordinary one. I'd woken at dawn to the smell of cardamom coffee and the sound of my grandfather clattering pots for our breakfast. Brown beans, eggs, thick bread. I loved those early meals. We spent daylight hours between the beach and a cousin's veranda. By 10:30 that night, I told my grandparents goodnight, retreated to my room for propriety's sake, then waited until their door clicked shut before slipping back to the living room. At about 11:15, I was perched cross-legged on the couch, picking at leftover basbousa from the fridge and watching some dubbed American sitcom on mute, reading Arabic subtitles. My grandmother's lace curtains billowed softly in the occasional breeze from the sea. At midnight, the neighborhood grew silent. Car horns and playful shouts dwindled. I liked that hush. It made the living room feel like my own private hideout. By midnight, I began nodding off. Finally, at what I believe was just past 1, I switched off the television. I padded through the hallway toward my bedroom, brushed my teeth in the tiny bathroom, and dropped onto my sheetless mattress wearing only shorts and a tank top. The air barely moved. I remember thinking absently that I should set my alarm for 6, because my grandfather always rapped on my door at that hour anyway, summoning me to sunrise breakfast. I didn't bother reaching for the phone. Sleep took me quickly, no dreams, just a blank descent, until something dragged me up out of slumber. A sticky wetness coated my skin. Dazed, I blinked into darkness. No moon that night, no streetlight outside my window, only black humid void. My first thought was that the power had failed and the ceiling fan stopped, which sometimes happened during heavy humidity. My tongue felt thick with thirst. The alarm clock on my nightstand glowed faint green, 4:06 a.m., so I swung my legs to the floor and padded out of my room. The hallway was dense and still. At that hour, even the cicadas died down. I made my way by memory, feet sticking slightly to warm tiles. In the kitchen, I cracked open the window and, with practiced caution, opened the refrigerator door in the dark so the light wouldn't flood the house. I found the cold water jug, poured some into a metal cup, and drank half, breathing relief as it chilled my throat. I started to drink more, my back to the hallway, when a tiny noise made me pause, the faintest rustle, like a distant sheet of paper being folded. I thought perhaps my grandmother woke for water too. I capped the jug, set it on the shelf, turned to push the door closed, and froze. An immense black shape blocked the hallway, closed so close that I could not perceive width or edge. At first, my brain refused to process it. The refrigerator light cast a dim glow, yet the thing swallowed all of it. My heart slammed once, hard. Instantly, heat flushed my face. In those milliseconds, two contradictory thoughts collided. Either I had lost my sight entirely in one eye blink, or someone very tall, very broad, stood less than half a meter away. But neither explanation fit, because I could still see past the darkness. Beyond it, faint slits of lamplight leaked through the shutters in the living room, lines of pale yellow against the far wall. I saw them, thereby proving I was not blind. And yet what stood between me and that light absorbed it utterly, like a silhouette carved from the absence of all color. Of height, I cannot be certain. Its form appeared to rise well above the kitchen doorway, though the top blended into darkness overhead. Width, the hallway was narrow, maybe 1.5 meters. The entity filled it entirely, a seamless curtain of black. My skin prickled as if subjected to static. But the detail that paralyzed me completely was not the size. It was the closeness. The blackness pressed nearer than any person could stand without my feeling breath or body heat, but I detected no warmth, only a cold pressure, an intangible force so heavy it pushed sweat from my pores. All hair on my arms lifted. I tried to scream, my throat constricted, a half-formed whimper stuck, my muscles locked. Never, before or since, have I felt such total bodily paralysis. My legs would not obey. Fingers around the cup stiffened. I could not unclench them. My lungs lifted but refused to exhale. Panic rose, a far-off siren inside my skull, telling me move, move, move. The black mass did nothing. No breathing, no shifting. It simply filled the hallway, as though it had always been there and I had only now discovered it. Seconds or centuries passed. In my peripheral vision, I registered the small glint of the metal cup in my stiff hand. Maybe instinct triggered. Maybe gravity changed. The cup slipped from my numb fingers, hit the tile with a metallic crack, bounced once, clattered against the baseboard, and rolled. Water splashed across my bare feet. The sound broke the spell. The shape remained, but my legs jolted into life. I spun, half-tripped, barreled past the stove into the hallway, yet I did not run toward the blackness. Somehow I lurched sideways into my bedroom doorway, slammed it behind me, and collapsed onto the bed. The door frame trembled with the force of my throw. I expected pursuit, pounding, a hand wrapped around the knob. Nothing. The hall stayed silent. Moonlight edged curtains faintly. Shutters let thin lines leak across my pillow. I stared at the gap beneath my door. No shadow thickened there. Minutes ticked. My heart hammered in my ears loud enough to muffle any creak outside. Sometime later, though I could not have said if it was 10 minutes or an hour, sleep drowned me the way a wave smothers a gasp. I remember nothing else until bright sunlight sliced across my eyelids. I blinked to the sound of gulls calling and the smell of fresh coffee. At first, waking in daylight, I half convinced myself I dreamt the encounter. Then I padded into the hallway and noticed two things. First, the metal water cup lay on its side precisely where it had fallen, still damp inside. Second, the refrigerator door was ajar. A faint whir of motor protesting lost cool air. That meant I had indeed been in the kitchen, had poured water, had dropped the cup. I swung the fridge closed, then tiptoed toward my grandparents' room. They slept late, which concerned me. They never overslept, not once in my life. Only after waking them did I realize how wrung out I felt. Not only physically thirsty, but drained of something deeper, as if the night had squeezed a sponge hidden inside my chest. Through breakfast, I tried to gauge whether they sensed anything. An unusual chill, a dream, anything. They reported nothing. My grandfather asked if I left the refrigerator open. I mumbled yes, said I had been half asleep. He shrugged. By noon, I couldn't endure the cottage's interior. I went outside, kicking around in the sand lane, greeting neighbors, trying to stay busy until evening. But dread stalked behind each thought. Tonight, the black shape might return. That afternoon, my father called from Cairo to confirm train times for visiting next week. I seized the opportunity and begged him, "Please let me come home today. I don't want to stay here." He assumed typical teenage sulking and scolded me gently, but I insisted, voice shaking. Something in my tone must have reached him. He promised to arrange a driver, said they'd collect me before evening. I stowed essentials in my rucksack and tried not to cry from relief. Before the driver arrived, I tidied the kitchen to hide evidence of my panic. While sweeping the floor, I paused in the hallway outside my grandparents' room, and a final detail froze my blood. At the threshold, the exact spot where the black form had stood, lay a dusty footprint. Not a shoe print, not even a bare foot. The shape was wrong. 3 elongated toe marks, each ending in what looked like a blunt point, as if whatever rested there had talons, not nails. The heel was narrow, almost triangular. The entire print measured longer than my grandfather's leather sandal. I knelt, wanting to wipe it, but instead traced the edge lightly. Dust clung to my fingertip. The impression pressed deep enough to show weight. The surface grit displaced in a shallow hollow. I left it untouched. I gathered my bag, kissed my grandparents goodbye, and watched the cottage shrink in the rearview mirror. I did not return that summer. In fact, I never slept in that house again. Autumn came. School resumed. I kept my experience locked away. Only at night did nightmares pry open the memory. In dreams, the black mass stood nose to nose before me, an abyss that swallowed all air. I'd wake slick with sweat, the smell of warm dust in my nostrils. Some nights I saw the hall print again, widening, darkening. Months passed. Life tethered me to Cairo. Studies, friends, a first boyfriend. But the cottage remained a presence on the edge of thought. Shortly before Christmas, my grandfather decided to drive north alone to winterize the house, as he always did. He preferred to drain pipes, shutter windows, and cover furniture himself rather than pay a caretaker. Cairo winters are mild, but the northern coast storms can lash salt and rain against unprotected walls. He promised to return in a day or two. I teased him about living like a lone sailor guarding his vessel. 2 nights later, the phone rang. My grandmother's voice cracked. Neighbors had found my grandfather lying on the cottage floor, exactly in that hallway, exactly where the footprint once appeared. Doctors said it was sudden cardiac arrest. He had died quickly. Neighbors in the adjoining house swore they heard nothing. No crash, no cry for help. When rescue arrived, the front door stood ajar, winter wind rattling dusty shutters. His expression, they whispered, looked frozen in surprise. We buried him on a cool morning under pale sun. That same week, my parents hired movers to clear the cottage. They intended to sell, but my grandmother refused. "Let the house rest empty," she said. "Some places lose their breath when you crowd them." She spoke quietly, as if revealing half a thought. I asked her what she meant, but she only squeezed my hand until her knuckles went white. Years turned. The lane outside the cottage changed names. New resorts rose near the beach, glittering with floodlights. People forgot rumors. Yet whenever my dreams return, whenever the black shape looms close enough to steal my breath, I wake with a certainty sharper than grief. What stood there was no dream. I have since spoken to Bedouin families who graze goats near the dunes. They tell of places where cottages should never have risen. Springs where jinn once drank, burial grounds of unknown peoples, invisible tracks animals refuse to cross. They shrug, say the coast offers hard lessons to those who ignore old signs. I still do not know what kind of entity visited the cottage that night, jinn, shadow person, ancient guardian of land, or something that has no name in any language I speak. I only know its silence weighed heavier than any scream, and I know that footprints do not lie. Sometimes, in a drifting half-sleep, I imagine the empty lane after dark. Sand drifts against the garden gate. Moonlight turns the white stucco walls bone pale. Through the open back door, a blackness cool as a cellar pool gathers and flows down the hallway like ink spilling. It pauses where a 16-year-old girl once dropped a metal cup. Passes the spot where an old man's heart faltered. It waits, patient, for the next person to step inside and breathe the heavy summer air. Where cottages were not meant to be, something else stands sentinel. I was 16 the last time I spent a full summer at my grandparents' cottage on the northern coast of Egypt, though in truth I had been doing that trip for as long as I could remember. Each year, when school released us to 3 blistering months of freedom, my parents would drive me north, drop me at the low whitewashed gate, kiss me goodbye, and promise to pick me up the week before classes started again. From early childhood, that routine felt normal, even comforting. The cottage, with its neat garden of oleanders and its constant salt-tinged breeze, became a second home. I knew every scratch in the plaster walls, every loose tile on the veranda, and every squeak of the hinges in the tall cedar shutters that faced the street. Inside, the layout was simple. You stepped straight into a small living room lit by a broad window guarded by those shutters. A threadbare sofa and 2 wicker chairs flanked a narrow coffee table where my grandmother liked to arrange bowls of dates and pistachios. Directly opposite the front door stood the dining table. 4 sturdy chairs and a scarred pine surface polished by decades of elbows. To the right stretched a hallway. On that hallway's left stood 3 bedrooms in a row. First came my grandparents' room, a cool refuge with old cedar wardrobes and a quilt embroidered by my grandmother's own mother. Next was a larger guest room that sometimes housed cousins or visiting friends. Last was my cubby-sized bedroom, just wide enough to hold a single bed, a narrow dresser, and a shelf crowded with dusty paperbacks I had left behind summer after summer. At the end of that corridor waited the kitchen and, beside it, a battered wooden door that opened to the back garden. Beyond that door lay a crescent of packed earth and a lone lemon tree, its branches bent toward the sea wind. Under the kitchen, accessible through a hinged trap in the floor and a rickety ladder, yawned the crawl space, an unlit pocket beneath the house where plumbers sometimes disappeared to chase leaking pipes. By the time I was 16, I considered myself too old to spend my evenings in that living room watching the news beside my grandfather, and far too independent to accept the early curfew my grandmother imposed. Still, tradition was ironclad. When exams ended, I boarded the car, sulked through the drive, and arrived in early June pretending I could survive 3 months of rules. Of course, I had my own plans. Friends scattered among the other coastal villages, moonlit walks along the causeway, late gatherings on the beach with portable speakers humming. I promised my grandparents I would always be home by 11. They pretended to believe me. Deep down, we both understood I would test the boundary. One muggy Thursday night halfway through June, I slipped out to meet those friends. We wandered through the night markets, argued over skewers of liver roasted on roadside grills, and ended up on a half-lit stretch of sand, the surf fanning over our toes. I kept one eye on my phone. By 10:30, I hugged the group goodbye, jogged to the paved road, and hurried back to my grandparents' village. The crescent moon was high. The distant street lamps flickered. From the dunes wafted the scent of fennel and seaweed. When I slid my key into the lock, it was exactly 10:58. The house lay silent. A single light glowed under my grandparents' door. I padded to the kitchen, fished a container of leftover rice pudding from the fridge, and crept into the living room. The old television was still on, voices murmuring from a midnight talk show, but I muted the sound, settled on the sofa, and spooned cold pudding between yawns. Eventually, sleep tugged at me. I rinsed the dish, tiptoed down the hallway, and slipped into my bedroom. Humid air pressed the curtains against the mosquito screen. From outside came the faint whistle of a distant freight train. I lay back, let the ceiling fan whir above me, and drifted into a heavy, dreamless slumber. Then, sometime before dawn, I jolted awake. Heat smothered the room. Sweat soaked my t-shirt and glued the sheets to my skin. My tongue felt sand-dry. The fan must have stalled, and without its breeze, the house had become an oven. I rolled from bed, heart hammering, and shuffled into the hallway toward the kitchen, eyes half closed, craving nothing but cold water. I did not bother with lights. I knew every step. Reaching the refrigerator, I opened the door and leaned into the cool envelope of air. My back faced the hallway. The only glow came from the pale interior bulb that illuminated plastic containers and my grandmother's labeled jars. I grabbed a bottle, unscrewed the cap, and drank until my throat ached. As I turned, still drowsy, still thinking only of returning to bed, I noticed the house had fallen unusually silent. No thrum of the ceiling fan, no ticking of the wall clock, no distant humming from the aluminum plant across the highway. Just a hush so absolute it rang in my ears. The quiet prickled the hairs on my arms, but I dismissed it as a trick of half-sleep. I replaced the bottle on the shelf, swung the fridge door shut, and stepped away. That was when I looked up and found myself face to face with something impossible. It filled the hallway between me and the living room. A towering black mass, tall enough to scrape the ceiling, so broad it blotted out the dim starlight seeping through the front shutters. Yet it was not entirely opaque. Through the thickness of that darkness, I could make out the faint orange glow of the street lamp outside. As if the thing were real and unreal at once, substance and smoke knitted together. It had no clear edges, no head I could identify, no limbs I could name. It simply loomed, heavy as grief, and pressed close. So close the distance between us could be measured in heartbeats rather than inches. A charge of raw terror slammed through me. Every nerve seized. I tried to scream, yet only a squeak escaped my throat. I tried to step back, but my muscles refused. Heat rolled from the thing, or else the heat was my own panic burning through skin. Time warped, I cannot say whether I stared for 1 second or for a century. All I know is that the entity neither moved nor spoke. It exerted no force I could feel, yet I sensed it pinning me, studying me, perhaps savoring my fear. Then something broke. The bottle slipped from my hand, clattered onto the tile, and water splattered across my bare ankles. The crash jarred me from paralysis. In that instant, the shadow's hold loosened. My body obeyed, and I ran. I sprinted the few steps to my bedroom, slammed the door behind me, leapt onto the bed, and curled against the wall. My chest heaved. Every pulse was a drum. Through the thin wood I expected to hear footsteps, scraping, some pursuit, but nothing came. The silence thickened again. From the crack under my door, a faint silver band of starlight continued to glow. Whatever had blocked the hallway light was gone. Yet I dared not move. I hugged my knees, heart thrashing, and fixed my gaze on that sliver of illumination as though it might change shape. At some unlabeled point, exhaustion drowned my terror. I must have drifted into shallow sleep, because the next thing I knew, morning sun blazed through the curtains and gulls cried overhead. It was 10 o'clock. The house sounded alive. Dishes clinking, my grandmother humming, radio chatter. For a moment I convinced myself I had endured a nightmare. But when I ventured into the hallway, the bottle still lay on its side, a puddle drying around it. My grandmother scolded me gently for leaving a mess and asked whether I had been ill in the night. I muttered an apology, wiped the floor, and tried to swallow the memory. I told myself teenage hormones, late-night sugar, and stale heat had brewed a hallucination. Later that afternoon, when my parents called to check on me, I mentioned nothing. I spent the following evening with cousins, laughing on the beach, deliberately drowning my brain in chatter. Still, each time a cloud dimmed the moon, I felt the prickle of that silent figure. I lay awake in the cottage until dawn and dozed at breakfast. My grandfather teased me about city habits and brewed extra coffee. 2 nights after the encounter, my father's voice on the phone triggered a sudden flood of dread. Words tumbled. I was lonely, homesick, eager to help him at the shop. Couldn't he come early to fetch me? He hesitated. June was too soon to ruin my grandparents' expectations, but I insisted with a desperation he recognized. By dinner time, he had arranged an excuse about remedial tutoring, and at 6 he pulled up in front of the gate. My grandmother fussed, my grandfather clapped my shoulder, and I hugged them both longer than usual. They assumed my abrupt departure stemmed from teenage restlessness. It was easier to let them believe that. Back in the city, I pretended life was normal. Yet for months I woke in sweat-soaked sheets, convinced the thing had found me again. Sometimes it slipped into dreams. I would be drinking water, turn, and there it stood, closer each time, until I screamed myself awake. Winter came. School swallowed my attention. By the following May, I could almost label the memory a bizarre episode of sleep paralysis. Then, one crisp evening a week before exams ended, my father received a call. My grandfather planned to drive north the next morning, as he did every year, to shut the cottage for winter. My grandmother had a chest cold, so he would handle the task alone. He left before dawn. At noon, we expected a brief check-in, but no call came. By sunset, my father was pacing. He dialed again and again. No answer. At 9, he contacted the village police. They promised to drive past the house. Just after midnight, an officer phoned. They had found my grandfather. He was lying on the hallway floor of the cottage, exactly across from the kitchen refrigerator. No sign of injury. The doctor later guessed cardiac arrest. They carried him to a clinic, but effort was futile. My father's face when he heard the news will never leave me. We drove north in silence. The cottage greeted us with a gust of salt air. In the dim hallway, an outline still marked where my grandfather had fallen. I stood rooted, staring at the spot where the entity had blocked my path and where my grandfather's heart had stopped. Neighbors offered condolences. Among them were Bedouin fishermen who had seen generations pass on this coast. Late one evening, in a hush broken only by breeze and cigarette embers, I asked whether spirits haunted these villages. One old man cleared his throat and claimed that some houses were built where the wind refused to rest, places older than memory. He spoke of black forms that slid between worlds, yet he shrugged when pressed. No one knew precisely what they were, only that they disliked intrusion. Years have rolled by, 18 of them. I finished university, moved to another country, returned, built and abandoned relationships. Strangers might assume time healed the shock of that dawn in the hallway, but fear has a peculiar persistence. Every few months, the figure returns in my dreams. It emerges from a doorway, fills my vision, and locks me motionless. I wake panting, throat raw, tasting salt. I never again stepped into that cottage. My grandmother refused to set foot inside after my grandfather died. The place stands shuttered, battered by sandstorms and salt, curtains rotting behind cracked windows. Sometimes cousins suggest selling the lot, but deals stall. Buyers complain of unease. Occasionally locals swear they hear strange stillness near the old walls, a hush too complete for wind or sea. I have tried rational explanations. A sleep paralysis hallucination startled me. A coincidence placed my grandfather's death in that very spot, and grief wove connections where none existed. Yet memory is stubborn. I return to that moment in the dark hallway. The oppressive silence, the sense of immense weight, the clarity with which I saw lamplight bleeding through its mass. My waking mind insists shadows cannot arrest a human heart. My bones whisper otherwise. Now, when nights grow hot and the air in my apartment feels too thin, I rise to drink water in the dark. I keep my gaze on the floor. I do not glance down narrow hallways. If I drop the bottle, I let it lie until morning. Some part of me believes that as long as I refuse to meet that impossible silhouette again, it cannot follow me beyond the coast. Yet sometimes, as sleep drags me under, I feel, just for an instant, a vast presence leaning close, patient and soundless, waiting for courage or foolishness to draw me into its reach once more. The desert in southern Arizona is not merely an empty bowl of sand and sun-bleached rock. Those of us who have lived long enough under its cobalt blue skies understand that the land itself is alive, breathing, remembering, watching. Travelers who speed down the interstate see only dust devils and cactus spines. But the people in the scattered ranches, the trading post attendants, and the elders on the nearby reservations all know that something else lives among the ocotillo and mesquite. They speak in measured tones about presences that step through juniper thickets when the stars glaze the sky, about shapes that imitate the cry of a coyote one heartbeat and the coo of a mourning dove the next. They do not always utter the name aloud, yet everyone recognizes the warning when an aunt or grandfather mutters, "Don't wander past the canyon rim after dark. Not everything out there is meant for human eyes." I had committed those warnings to memory when my cousins told them around campfires, soaked in mesquite smoke and prickly pear syrup, but I never imagined I would test them myself. I was 27 that autumn, fresh from my second year teaching literature in Flagstaff, restless for something beyond grading essays and attending faculty potlucks. Stories of skinwalkers drifted into casual conversation the way dust drifts under a storm door. Slowly, imperceptibly, and then all at once so thick you taste grit on your tongue. One colleague had spoken of a great uncle who drove cattle near the Navajo reservation and swore he saw a man change into a wolf. Another confided that her grandmother carried juniper ash in her pockets because it could blind a skinwalker at night. Each tale echoed the next. Different settings, same chilled undertone, and every version advised listeners to stay home once the moon cleared the mountain crests. The more often I heard these fragments, the more dog-eared and tattered my skepticism became. Eventually curiosity, reckless and insistent, pried me out of my ordinary life. That is how, late in November, I found myself steering my aging Jeep Cherokee along a lattice of ranch roads south of Seligman. Roads that blurred and diverged until the last sign of pavement vanished in the rearview mirror. I carried 2 jugs of water, a blanket, a magnesium flashlight, and a notebook I meant to fill with observations. I told friends I planned a solitary stargazing trip before winter rains arrived. In truth, I wanted to spend a single night in terrain where whispers of skinwalkers were strongest, to discover if the legends held even a grain of substance. The trailhead I chose lay beyond an abandoned sheep station known locally as Coyote Spur. Rusted fencing curled like skeletal fingers around the vacated pens, and a collapsed windmill leaned inward as if to hush anyone bold enough to approach. In the Cherokee's headlights, the battered structure looked oddly theatrical, as though waiting for the curtain to rise on some desert tragedy. I shut off the engine just past midnight, and suddenly the world fell mute. No hum of tires, no radio, no glow of dashboard gauges. Only the faint rustle of wind slithering through dried tumbleweed, and somewhere deeper, the slow inhalation of the earth itself cooling under moonlight. For several minutes I remained behind the wheel, knuckles whitening around the plastic rim, wrestling a question I had not dared frame until then. What if an old tale proves true? What if, by camping alone, I wasn't merely eavesdropping on superstition but announcing myself to something that eats solitude the way scorpions drink do? Before fear could glue me permanently to the seat, I stepped out, slammed the door, and let the echo crack outward into the night. The moon hovered just shy of full, pale as marrow, ringed by high cirrus that reflected enough light to turn every pebble silver. I shouldered a canvas pack, locked the Jeep, and started along a deer path that threaded between creosote bushes. Sweat prickled my neck despite the chill. The air smelled of juniper resin and a faint tang of iron, the latter perhaps a trick of my imagination. For half an hour I walked northeastward toward a sandstone escarpment that locals called Raven Knoll, keeping the glow of the moon at my left shoulder. I told myself I would pitch my small pop-up tent near the base, scribble a few lunar sketches, and hike back at dawn. Yet the desert has a way of warping distance. What looked a 15-minute stroll on a geological survey map unfolded into a 40-minute trek across gullies and ankle-snapping gravel washes. My flashlight sliced the dark in a disciplined cone, but on either side shadows regrouped the instant its beam swept onward. Somewhere far off, a poor will sang the same minor key phrase over and over. The repetition should have comforted me. Instead, it reminded me how sound carries forever when everything else is empty. I reached the knoll at 1 a.m. and was inflating my sleeping pad when the first sign of strangeness unfurled. Wind died without transition. All at once the poor will stopped singing, the mesquite ceased rattling, and even sand grains seemed to settle midair. Silence locked the entire plane as securely as coffin nails. My inner ear, accustomed to constant ambient noise, distant highway rumble, refrigerator hum, strained against the hush until my pulse drummed louder than any natural element. A second shift followed. Though the air itself remained still, small motions flickered at the corner of my vision. A hawk perch ocotillo bending as if brushed by invisible hands, a tumbleweed rolling against gravity, uphill toward an arroyo lip. My logical mind offered mild explanations, thermal currents, leftover breeze, but unease gnawed those explanations to nubs. I zipped the tent flap, crawled inside, and flicked off my light to conserve batteries. Darkness pressed as tangible as wool. From within that blackness bloomed a sound, fragile, almost childlike. A muffled footfall? No, more akin to the snap of a green twig under cautious weight. Another to the left of the first, then one directly behind the thin nylon of my shelter. I steadied my breathing, told myself it must be a javelina, perhaps a mule deer drawn by salt on my emptied sweat pores. But the cadence did not match the four-beat pattern of hooves. It sounded instead like a biped pacing slow semicircles, testing ground, deliberating. Somewhere close, impossibly close, a coyote announced its presence. The yip began normally enough, but midway transmuted into a guttural hacking cough, as though an inexperienced mimic couldn't quite master the register. The effort repeated, each call less convincing, until the noise devolved into a string of syllables that no desert throat should shape. My chest contracted. I remembered every cautionary story villagers echoed. A skinwalker can imitate any animal, any voice to lure prey. Logic fought superstition. I unzipped a small corner of the rainfly and peeked through. The moonlight was brighter now, clouds parted, but the open plain revealed nothing amiss. Then, between two saguaros 50 yards out, a shape separated from deeper shadow. At first it crouched, a silhouette reminiscent of a coyote, yet broader across shoulder blades, front legs disproportionately long. Crept nearer with a peculiar motion, half glide, half jerk, like someone playing frames of film backward and forward. When it reached a cluster of cholla, it rose. Not just to standing, no, it unfolded into the height of a grown man or taller. My breath caught. Fear iced my tongue. Moonlight gilded the figure's outline. Lank hair, maybe feathers woven through. The drape of what looked like stitched pelts. Limbs rigid yet somehow flexible, as though bone structure shifted beneath flesh. Most disturbing were the eyes, twin coals that caught the moon and flung it back in pale green sparks. Those eyes found the slit where I knelt, and a grin parted the mask-like face. No teeth gleamed, only the suggestion of a mouth widening beyond human comfort. The creature raised an arm. A bracelet of what I first assumed to be beads clacked in the hush. Then I realized finger bones, coyote knuckles strung on rawhide. The creature extended one clawed finger and beckoned. Instinct overruled curiosity. I vaulted from the tent, seized my flashlight, and backed toward the opposite side of the knoll. The light's beam jittered, carving slices of terrain. Limestone, rabbit brush, nothing alive. When I swept back, the figure was gone. You have never felt isolation until you stand alone on desert stone with no cricket chirp, no wind, and the knowledge that something beyond known taxonomy stalks you. I considered running for the jeep, but risk of breaking an ankle in gullies seemed suicidal. Instead, I skirted down slope, placing each foot silently as memory allowed, holding breath whenever gravel cascaded. My plan, if such random terror could birth a plan, was to circle the knoll, keep the high ground between me and whatever hunted, then retreat along the path once I gained distance. I managed perhaps 200 steps before a whisper rose from behind a catclaw bush. "Teacher!" The word dripped mispronunciation, vowels warped, yet undeniable. Who else knew I taught? The creature mimicked classroom chatter overheard through my own stories, twisted now into bait. I pressed behind a sandstone fin, heart ricocheting against ribs so violently I feared it might echo. Silence again. Minutes crawled. The moon dipped lower, and with it my vantage darkened. A rustle broke to the east, pebbles disturbed. I aimed flashlight, nothing. I pivoted west, again, too late. Any movement melted before light arrived. Then laughter erupted behind me. Not the warm chuckle of a contented elder around campfire, but a brittle, keening cackle that cracked into animal growl midstream. It vibrated with triumph. The skinwalker toyed with me, guiding me deeper from recognizable terrain. If I broke and ran blindly, I would lose orientation, maybe stumble down one of the dry washes that zigzagged like ribs across the plain. Could a creature that deft at mimicry also imitate a rattlesnake's warning? I pictured stepping on one because panic drowned the telltale buzz. I needed a counter. My mind rummaged myths. Cedar ash? White sage. My backpack held only notebooks and a granola bar. Then memory flared. My grandfather, half Pueblo, had taught me a fragment of a prayer long ago. Words he said could shield travelers from ill will if spoken with humble heart. My command of the language was minimal, but desperation fosters boldness. I clenched the flashlight under my arm, pressed both palms flat to the sandstone, and spoke the prayer to the desert floor. The syllables felt foreign, cracked with misuse, yet I intoned them anyway, picturing the words rising like smoke between me and my pursuer. The effect was immediate, but not what I expected. A gust of wind slammed across the knoll, sweeping grit in a spiral. The flashlight died. Utter darkness swallowed me, so complete I feared my eyes had malfunctioned. But through that black roared a different sound. A shriek rising into falsetto, shredding into cough, then dissolving into silence. The wind stopped, the moon slid free of a cloud bank, and my sight returned. No figure loomed. The mesquite whispered again. Somewhere to my right, the pourwill resumed its melancholy note. I waited, 50 slow breaths, before daring to click the flashlight. It flared obediently. Nothing moved. Tent still sagged where I'd left it. Sleeping pad half inflated like a deflated lung. I considered retrieving gear but dismissed the notion. Sunrise was 4 hours off, too long to stand sentinel above a knoll become haunted ground. I chose instead to leave everything, let material items be the sacrifice. I turned south, fixed the moon as guide, and hiked. The walk felt endless yet short, as though distance warped like taffy. When the Jeep finally surfaced in the beam, I scarcely believed it. I keyed the ignition, flipped headlights, and lurched onto the rutted track. Not until I merged with the state highway did I exhale. Dawn printed peach on the far horizon by the time I reached Flagstaff. In daylight, the event became fragile, like dusty film prone to static if handled. Friends asked why I abandoned equipment. I claimed sudden illness. Could I describe the entity to a folklore professor? I tried once, but my voice failed when I reached the beckoning gesture. Only the notebook remained. Its first pages filled with half-sketched outlines of desert flora, then midway an abrupt sequence of frantic graphite marks. Shapes dark and tall, eyes rendered as empty circles, prayer words scrawled below so violently the pencil tore paper fibers. I never retrieved the tent. Months later, I heard that ranchers found shredded nylon tangled in cholla about 6 miles north. They assumed wind had caught an abandoned campsite. I said nothing. Curiosity survives, though tempered now by respect. Each legend I once considered quaint elder talk stands sharper in memory. I still teach literature, but when students reach the Lovecraft unit and joke about eldritch horrors, I share a desert parable. There are places where myth is not story but warning. Should you ignore that warning, should you trespass seeking proof, know that the proof may also seek you. And if one night you hear your name drawn out of coyote howl, remember, imitation is flattery only when offered by the living. I never wanted to believe the old stories. Growing up in north-central Wisconsin, I'd heard every campfire tale about things that watched from the timberline. Shadowy hunters that stepped out when the moonlight cut clearings into the pines. Even after binging an entire podcast devoted to those legends, I chalked it all up to folklore. My stretch of forest felt familiar, mapped by my own boots and my dog's paw prints. Monsters were for other people in other places, or so I thought. My house sits on 10 acres of mixed hardwood and spruce miles from the nearest paved road. It's the kind of remote spot where silence settles like fresh snow, and any sound, an owl hooting, a branch cracking, carries far. For the last 2 years, it's been just me and Daisy. She's a 6-year-old shepherd mix who, until recently, thought every living thing was a potential friend. Most weekdays start the same. I roll out of bed just before dawn, lace my boots, and let Daisy out while I doctor a mug of coffee. That winter morning was no different, except as Daisy trotted toward the tree line, I heard a sound on my right, something heavy dropping into the brush, and a woman's voice calling my name. Not any woman, though. It was my mother's voice. She passed away 2 years ago after a car accident on an icy county highway. I froze. The voice slipped between the trunks exactly how she used to call me inside for supper. I strained to see past the gray light but caught only empty forest. A single gust of wind rattled dead oak leaves. I told myself it had to be the memory of her voice tangled with the crash of a half-rotten branch hitting snow-soft earth. I whistled Daisy back and hurried indoors. Logic, I hoped, would bury the chill that climbed my spine. The rest of the morning was ordinary enough. I streamed my college lectures, jotted notes, refilled my coffee. Every so often I glanced at the pines through the kitchen window. Nothing but drifting snow and winter sun burning white between the limbs. Around noon Daisy barked, the sudden, sharp kind of bark that cracks in 3 syllables. Intruder now here. I peeled off my headphones and followed the sound to the living room bay window. A coyote stood at the edge of the clearing. We get coyotes often. They skirt the property looking for rabbits, but this one seemed off. Its fur hung in ragged patches like it had been burned away. Even from 40 yards I could see skin stretched over skewed bones. Its back and shoulders looked too tall, almost hinged incorrectly. For a heartbeat, I wondered if it was injured or sick. Then it pivoted, locking onto the window with a stare that felt too deliberate, too calculating. Daisy growled low enough that her whole body vibrated. I told her to leave it, pulled the curtains, and sat back at my desk. The day crawled toward evening while my unease grew roots. Before I fed Daisy, by 6 darkness had swept across the property, and the memory of that mangy coyote gnawed at my nerves. I kept busy, washed dishes, answered class emails, queued lecture slides for the next morning. 9 o'clock came, then 10. Outside, the night thickened like ink. Finally, I grabbed a flashlight and opened the back door so Daisy could make one last trip. She hesitated on the threshold, muzzle low, ears plastered straight back. Usually she bounded into the snow, nose down, cataloging every scent left by deer and turkeys. That night, she stepped with the caution of a bomb tech. A mile or so away, a normal coyote howled, thin, high, almost musical. I felt relief. Maybe the sick one had moved on. "Come on, girl," I murmured. Then, from the same direction Daisy had refused to enter earlier, came another howl. Except howl is the wrong word. Imagine a recording of a coyote call played through a broken speaker underwater. Pitch bent and warped until every note vibrated wrong. The noise scraped the air raw. Daisy crouched, tail tucked so hard it seemed fused to her belly. Something shifted against the snowpack at the tree line. I swung the flashlight. The beam caught a pair of eyes reflecting amber. The animal stepped forward. It was that same coyote, or what I had thought was a coyote. Up close, the proportions were worse than I remembered. The torso rode high on elongated limbs, the neck too long, the head cocked at a crooked human-like angle. Mange could explain missing hair, but not the way its joints straightened as it moved, as though bipedal mechanics hid beneath canine skin. It took another step, and its shoulders rose nearly to Daisy's back height, even though its body still traveled on all fours. Every instinct screamed danger. My voice died in my throat. I saw the muscles bunch above its shoulders. It was going to charge. I bolted toward Daisy. Snow kicked up behind me as the creature lunged. I could feel the vibration of its pounce sag the earth. I scooped Daisy mid-stride, dead weight of 50 pounds, and sprinted. I was never that fast, even playing high school linebacker at 250, yet fear can forge new physics. Behind me something crashed, claws raking frozen dirt. A shriek erupted, half animal agony, half man's rage. The sound didn't echo, it tunneled straight through bone. I slammed the door, jammed the deadbolt, dragged a bookcase against the frame. Daisy trembled in my arms, silent except for wheezing breaths. Through a gap in the curtains, I glimpsed the creature pacing beyond the floodlight's edge. It rose onto hind legs briefly, silhouette stretched taller than any wolf, before melting back into darkness. For hours I sat on the floor, shotgun leveled at the door, every lamp blazing. My phone lay on the table, but whom could I call? "Hello, Sheriff. There's something pretending to be a coyote outside, and it yelled like my dead mom earlier. Please send help." The thought stung absurd. By dawn, the forest noises returned. Chickadees darted between branches. Snowmelt dripped from the eaves. No prints marred the crust near the door, just churned powder at the spot where I'd grabbed Daisy. As sunlight filled the clearing, that night's terror felt ridiculous, like a fever dream. My rational brain begged me to dismiss it, but Daisy still refuses to step outside after dusk. Some nights I hear the warped howl drifting between the pines, maybe half a mile east, always answered by normal coyotes that scatter seconds later. I keep windows locked, curtains drawn, and a loaded shotgun by the bed. I no longer doubt the podcast stories. Something walks those woods, something that knows my name, wears familiar voices like masks, and studies the border where the porch light ends. I grew up beside the Indian Ocean, on that long sweep of the South African coast where the warm current rolls in green and silent until it crashes into white foam against black rock. My earliest memories are of salt on my cheeks and the roar of waves shaking the window panes at night. For most of my childhood, the sea felt like a second parent. Steady, predictable, forever calling me back with its glassy tide pools and the yellow-billed kites that hovered above the dunes at sunrise. Because the coast was so familiar and comforting, I never paid much attention to old tales about spirits or monsters. Neighbors whispered about ghosts in derelict sugarcane farmhouses, and my grandfather sometimes described eerie lights that drifted among the warehouses at the harbor. Yet those stories stayed distant from my daily life. None of them spoke of flesh and blood creatures living in forested windbreaks or hunting along tarred roads at night. None hinted that a short holiday trip could leave a scar on my sense of safety. The incident that changed my view of the world happened only a few days ago. To capture every moment before it slips away, I decided to write the entire account. From our family's cheerful preparation to the icy terror that gripped me while I stood barefoot in wet grass waiting for a rusted willock to surrender. I keep telling myself to record everything exactly as it unfolded, even if the retelling stretches into pages upon pages, because I fear that once ordinary duties fill my head again, I might persuade myself the events were no more than a nightmare born of fatigue and roadside shadows. They were not a nightmare. They happened on a road I have traveled dozens of times. A route so ingrained in my muscle memory that I can name every billboard and bridge. School is almost over for me. In a few weeks, I will step out of uniform forever. My older sister, already 2 years into university, came home on break, and the four of us, my parents, my sister, and I, chose to celebrate by spending a long weekend in a small coastal town called Sea Star Bay. It sits only an hour's drive northeast of the city where we live, and we have visited it so often that the local bakery owner greets us by name when we pop in for milk tart. We have spent Christmases there, Easter mornings, and even stormy winter evenings when rogue waves rattled the glass walls of the rented cabin. Every curve of the highway feels gentle, every patch of sugarcane and eucalyptus comfortable. I have driven that road at dawn and dusk, in fog, in rain, and under the glare of midsummer noon. Not once had it betrayed me until last week. Because my father needed to wrap up tasks at his office, we left later than planned. The four of us worked like a choreographed crew. Mum packed food in a cooler box, my sister lugged her guitar and sketch pads, and I took charge of umbrellas, beach towels, and swimming fins, cramming them into the boot of our silver SUV. The sun hung low, but there was still enough daylight to guarantee that we would arrive well before dark. I wore my usual travel outfit, loose shorts, and my favorite faded t-shirt, though I skipped shoes altogether, opting to feel the car's soft floor mat under my heels. I did not even bring flip-flops, reasoning that as soon as we arrived, I would wander straight onto the sandy path behind the cottage, and shoes would only slow me down. The first 20 minutes of the drive were smooth. We exited the suburbs, slipped past the last petrol station, and merged onto the main coastal highway. The pavement shimmered slightly with leftover afternoon heat. Golden grasses waved on either side, punctuated by groves of eucalyptus planted decades ago as living windbreaks. I was humming along to a tune on the radio, something cheerful and forgettable, when a sudden judder rattled the entire vehicle. It was the kind of shaking that makes your teeth clack and your stomach drop, the harsh vibration you feel through the seat before your ears register the noise. Dad reacted instantly, easing off the accelerator, hazard lights flashing, and steering onto the verge where the tar meets a strip of coarse grass. The SUV rolled to a gentle halt under the lengthening shadow of one of those protective rows of trees. As soon as the engine ticked into silence, Mum and my sister opened their doors to investigate. I slipped out on my side and felt the cold earth under my bare soles, a dampness lurking beneath the unmown grass that seemed odd for late afternoon. While Dad crouched beside the rear left side, a low curse escaped him. The tire, he discovered, was not merely deflated, it was shredded. A chunk of rubber had torn away from the sidewall as though sliced by a jagged rock we never saw. He called for the spare, but when he reached below the chassis to lower the wheel, the small hex-shaped lock that held it in place revealed its other purpose: preventing theft, but also blocking any chance of removal if years of dust and salt had fused the key slot into a solid lump of corrosion. He tried anyway, spraying lubricant, tapping, coaxing, but the key refused insertion. Each failed attempt chipped another sliver of Dad's optimism. After 40 minutes buried to his shoulders beneath the tire well, he admitted defeat. The only option was to phone roadside assistance. Because we were within a reasonable distance from the city, the company estimated a technician would arrive within half an hour. Under normal circumstances, that wait would have seemed trivial. Yet twilight pressed closer and the sky wore a lid of low clouds. I could almost feel the moment when daylight slipped from gray to deep indigo. My mother suggested we stretch our legs at a safe distance while Dad remained to supervise repairs, so we four moved a few steps into the grass. That is when my decision to travel barefoot became a torment. The verge hid thousands of thorn tips strong enough to pierce skin. To spare myself constant stabs, I shuffled until I found a patch of bare earth, no bigger than a dinner plate, and anchored myself there. If I shifted even an inch, a splinter jabbed my heel or the arch of my foot. At first I tried to ignore the discomfort, but soon dampness seeped upward, making the soil slick and icy despite our subtropical climate. Night arrived quickly. The highway, usually alive with traffic, grew strangely quiet. The occasional bakkie roared past, headlights knifing through the gloom, engines fading into distance. Their passing beams gave brief relief. Each burst of light peeled back darkness like a curtain, letting us see the outline of trees, the ripple of grass, the silver struts of the jack beneath our car. Those glimpses reassured me that nothing lurked within 10 or 15 meters. But between vehicles, the world collapsed into near-total blackness, broken only by the hazard lights blinking amber every second. In that staccato glow, every tree trunk doubled as a silhouette of something worse. Mom, always practical, checked her watch. "They said 30 minutes, she murmured. It had been at least 40. None of us blamed the company. Breakdowns happen. Yet a hush hung over us, broken only by our breathing and the distant, mournful lowing of cattle somewhere across the fields. It is extraordinary how disquieting farm sounds become when isolated from farmhouse lights or barking dogs. The sound of cows drifting across kilometers of dark pasture took on a hollow resonance, like moaning. Each groan reminded me how remote we were. After another 10 minutes, a white tow truck idled to a stop ahead. Relief loosened the knot under my ribs. The driver hopped down. We learned his name was Greg. Sun-lined face, grease under fingernails, talkative in short bursts. He shook Dad's hand, studied the lock underneath, fetched a toolbox, and disappeared beneath the car. We heard metal clank, a hammer tap, then silence. After a while, he re-emerged. He kneaded a narrow cold chisel from the truck. Back under again. The cycle repeated for half an hour. Metal rang against metal, but the rust refused surrender. During those intervals, I stood frozen in my little patch of earth, arms wrapped around my torso, trying to ignore how cold my feet had grown. Occasionally, I took small jumps within the circle to ease the sting of thorns, though I quickly regretted each movement. My sister paced in loops to keep warm. Mom flicked her phone's torch toward Dad whenever he requested help. The SUV's interior light spilled onto Greg's legs as he hammered upward. My father handed tools while lying on his side, voice low to mask frustration. Around us, the night felt thicker. I became acutely aware of wind skimming across the grass, an almost inaudible hiss as blades rubbed each other. Every so often I thought I heard another noise buried in that whisper, something heavier dragging through vegetation. Each time I told myself it was the wind or maybe the distant cattle repositioning. Still, tension tightened my shoulders until even my shallow breathing seemed to echo. Then one of the passing cars illuminated the tree that stood alone ahead of our position, a thin trunk with sparse foliage. In that flash of white light, I saw a shape leaning out from behind it. I recall every detail. The figure's body was elongated, its color dead white and almost luminescent against the bark. Its face, if I can call it that, sat long and narrow like the snout of a buck, yet featured hollows where eyes sank deep, glistening black as crude oil. The mouth was a slit curving downward at each end as though stretched by hooks. One hand, too slender, tipped with claws, gripped the trunk so tightly that the knuckles bulged. The creature's torso stretched far taller than any man I've met, maybe 8 feet if it stood fully straight. Shock paralyzed my throat. The car zipped onward. Darkness folded back, swallowing the tree and whatever hid there. I convinced myself I was mistaken, that headlights distort shapes, that a broken branch might mimic a figure. But my pulse hammered, and adrenaline told a different truth. The next time a vehicle passed, the spotlight swept the tree again. The silhouette had vanished. Panic crashed through me. Forgetting my bare feet, I stepped backward and felt thorns drive up into skin. I yelped involuntarily, then scuttled across the verge toward my family, ignoring the sharp pricks. They looked at me, surprised by my urgency. I squeezed between them, still clutching my arms, trying to quiet my breathing so they would not ask what was wrong. For the next hour, every rustle jolted me. My father and Greg eventually freed the spare wheel, switched the tire, and secured the damaged one to the rear door. I pretended interest in their progress while scanning the dark roadside for any ivory glimmer or black eye shine. Several times I spotted twin pinpoints in the distance, reflections caught for a moment before they winked out. Perhaps cattle or bush babies. Or not. When the job was finished, Greg waved a cheery goodbye, engine growling as he pulled away. Dad signaled us to climb in. I practically leapt into the back seat. Securing my seatbelt, I pressed a hand against the cool glass, staring at that solitary tree. My eyes chased every outline of bark. There was no pale log, no broken trunk shaped like a face. Nothing remained that resembled what I had seen. We merged onto the highway at last. As we gained speed, my body relaxed for the first time since sunset. Only then did I realize my muscles had been clenched so fiercely that my thighs ached. I found earbuds, pumped music, and closed my eyes, determined to drown memory under drums and electric guitars. 10 minutes later, the road curved inland. In my peripheral vision, I saw moonlight sweep across hedges. A brief glint flickered behind the line of trees. I refused to turn my head. In the warmth of the car, I drifted in and out of shallow sleep, each doze broken by vivid images. The long white face, the empty eye sockets, the gnarled hand curling around bark. I must have asked myself 100 times whether I should tell my family. I imagined Dad's disbelief, a logical explanation about light distortion. I foresaw my sister's anxious questions that would ruin her holiday. So I stayed quiet, feet throbbing gently from embedded thorn tips, nails still clenched where I had dug them into my palms. We reached Sea Star Bay late, carried luggage inside, and collapsed beneath the familiar thatched roof. The cottage's salt-damp smell usually comforts me. That night it merely reminded me that safe places exist only until something slithers from the dark and stands watching 30 meters away. I hardly slept. When dawn arrived, I walked alone along the tide line, waves washing over sand so cold it numbed the cuts on my feet. The sun climbed behind angled clouds, painting the water pink. The day was perfect, but I kept replaying the scene on the roadside. Me pinned in a bare earth circle, a creature hiding behind a tree, waiting for what? Does South Africa hold legends of white-faced beings 8 feet tall? My quick searching turned up tales of the Tokolosh, child-sized, mischievous, not that. I found references to the ads of Ghana and the Papabaa of Tanzania, but neither matched. Nor did it resemble the American Wendigo, though the craving hunger in its dark sockets implied kinship. Perhaps some myths travel silently across oceans, riding on radio waves and restless dreams. Or perhaps the land itself spawns its own watchers. I plan to research further Old Xhosa and Zulu folklore, Khoisan rock art, colonial journals. Maybe the archives record an oversized pale hunter roaming coastal thickets. Maybe not. Part of me dreads discovering a name, because naming forces acknowledgement. Another part fears no record exists, suggesting the being is newer, an intruder who slipped into this reality recently, adapting to whichever forest gives cover. For now, I focus on small resolutions. Never travel that highway barefoot. Never again assume daylight will outrun trouble. Always keep shoes within reach when tires might fail. And I remind myself that whenever the night wind drifts through long grass, something might be standing just beyond the beam of your hazard light. Something that waits for you to look away first. I never imagined that moving to my grandmother's old apartment would leave me questioning every rustle outside my window, every odd knock that echoes down the hallway, and every distant cry carried on the ocean breeze. When the year began, I was sure the change would be a good one. I am a 32-year-old woman who works remote hours for a tech company, mostly paperwork and small design projects. So the luxury of a larger living space on the Southern California coast seemed like a dream. I left behind an overpriced studio and stepped into a roomy, 2-bedroom place with tall windows, a balcony that almost caught the sunrise, and plenty of space for my roommate's cat. From my front door, I could walk a few blocks west and see the ocean, or turn east and climb low, dusty hills where scrubby brush and pockets of live oaks grow. You can also follow little river bottoms that snake through the town and out into those hills, carrying rain runoff and, I suspect, the shadows of more than a few restless wanderers. The apartment itself feels ordinary on the surface. White stucco walls spotted with bougainvillea, clay tiles along the roof, a small courtyard where neighbors park their bicycles. Yet if you stand on the sidewalk and look through the gaps between buildings, you realize that our quiet walkway backs up to a different world. Right behind us, hidden between our complex and a crumbling motel, stretches an overgrown, chain-link-fenced lot. The fence leans at odd angles, bowing beneath tangled vines and the weight of sprawling bushes that claw their way through the metal mesh. A few stunted trees twist up from rocky soil, undersized but stubborn, their branches bent like old arms reaching for help. The lot has been vacant for years. Nobody remembers who owned the land or why construction stopped. The chain on its gate is rusted in place, and rumor claims the city keeps forgetting to budget its removal. Because it sits in a pocket no one truly watches, half hidden by the motel, half hidden by us. It has become a no man's land, the kind of place where all manner of wildlife could burrow unseen, and where the occasional drifter might curl up beneath a bush for the night. My roommate and I call it Murder Lot. The nickname started as a light-hearted joke, a nod to an old local legend about the motel. Supposedly, some 40 years ago, a serial killer stopped there during an infamous spree. The story says he rented a corner unit for 3 nights, and housekeeping found severed limbs soaking in the bathtub after he checked out. Newspapers from the 80s report his arrest hundreds of miles away. But, of course, no one can say for sure whether he really left pieces of victims in that tub. Rumor spreads faster than truth in any small beach town, and locals love to spin tales for tourists, telling them to steer clear of the motel's last remaining room with original fixtures. Still, a shiver pricks your neck if you have to cross the motel's cracked parking lot at dusk, or if you glimpse its flickering vacancy sign around midnight. Even if the story is only rumor, the motel looks as though it could swallow somebody whole. An unpaved path winds along one side of Murder Lot, between the bushes and our building's outer wall. It leads rear tenants to their parking spaces and curves behind our bathroom window, a small, frosted pane set nearly 2 meters up the stucco. From inside you cannot see outdoors except for vague shapes, but from outside a passerby would also struggle to peer within. When I first moved in, the window's height reassured me. I am average height and I would need a step stool to look out. The idea of anyone tall enough or bold enough to press their face to the glass seemed unlikely. Still, every time I walked along that path I quickened my pace, goosebumps rising despite the mild coastal weather. The lot pressed so close you could smell the loam beneath the weeds. A sea breeze often rattled dry leaves against the chain link like fingernails against metal. For weeks after unpacking, life felt peaceful enough. I set up my desk by the living room bay window, so sunlight gilded my papers each morning. The cat, a mellow orange tabby named Atlas, discovered a favorite perch atop the couch under that same window. He divided his time between dozing in warmth and tracking clouds of seagulls. At night, I usually joined my roommate on the sofa to watch comedies or mysteries. We would talk about our respective days until the clock crept toward 10, then retire to our rooms. She is a deep sleeper, seldom roused by sirens or rowdy bar crowds. I am lighter sleeping, prone to waking if the wind changes direction. Because I work from home, I seldom consume anything stronger than coffee, but I do struggle with muscle aches after long hours at the keyboard. Early one March evening, I spent too many hours redesigning flowcharts. By the time I gave up, my shoulders burned with tension. Seeing me stretch and groan, my roommate offered me a cannabis gummy. She takes them to help migraines and keeps a small jar on her dresser. The edible contained a low dose of THC, hardly dangerous, she reassured me. I accepted, half out of curiosity, half out of eagerness to loosen the knots in my spine. The gummy tasted like peach candy, and that night, while I slept, I dreamed vividly about a skinwalker. In the dream, I stood alone at the back of Murder Lot. Moonlight painted the bushes silver, and a tall silhouette crouched behind the largest tree. It wore a hide that flickered between wolf, coyote, rabbit, even crow, like someone changing coats faster than eyes can focus. The silhouette rose, its spine elongated, popping, as if bones rearranged, and it peered through the lot's bent fence with eyes that glowed dull red. I tried to step back, but roots tangled around my shoes. The creature mimicked distant voices. A neighbor calling a dog. A man asking for spare change. My roommate urging Atlas to stop scratching the sofa. Then the creature cocked its head and repeated my own voice. A tight whisper pleading to wake up. When my heart lurched so hard I felt it bruise against my ribs. I bolted upright in bed, the dream dissolving in darkness. My t-shirt clung damp to my skin. The clock read 3:14 a.m. Atlas snoozed curled by my ankles, unbothered. I told myself the edible had merely stirred my imagination. Skinwalkers belong to Navajo stories. They do not haunt beach towns hours away from reservation land. Still, unease rippled inside me. My breath only slowed when dawn bled gray over buildings and drowned the night's shapes. I did not touch the gummies again. Weeks passed. Work deadlines distracted me. Friends visited on weekends, and I left the dream in the dusty corner of memory where I store old childhood nightmares. That changed one Friday evening when my roommate decided to visit her parents inland. She would be gone until Sunday. Atlas, who adored her, protested by curling on her folded laundry until she packed the car. When she drove away, I lured him into my room with a ribbon toy and left the door cracked so he could roam. Around 9 I microwaved leftover Thai food, poured a glass of water, and climbed into bed to rewatch episodes of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. If sleep comes easily for some people, it ambushes me. I never know if a show will lull my eyes or hook my attention until sunrise. That night, Thai food and a light ocean breeze through the bedroom window made me lazy. By 10:30 my eyelids drooped, but, as so often happens, I thought, just one more episode. I remember the digital clock changing to 10:52 when I clicked next. 9 minutes later, I sat bolt upright to the screech of a smoke detector. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm seemed to blast from inside my very room. Atlas sprang off the mattress and skittered beneath the desk. My mind raced. Fire, kitchen accident, faulty wiring. I smelled nothing but saw only darkness. The beeps cut off after 2 deafening seconds. Panic still ricocheted in my bones, so I flung off the blanket, expecting to pry open my door and face swirling smoke. Instead, the hallway lay silent. No flashing lights, no acrid scent. A full 20 seconds passed before my pulse slowed. Confused, I padded into the living room. Street lamps glowed through the shutters, painting stripes across hardwood. The kitchen beyond looked normal, no oven light, no sizzling pan. Then movement caught my gaze. On the sidewalk outside the big bay window sat a white cat I had never seen. Its fur looked pristine, almost luminous. It perched as though atop a pedestal, tail curled neatly, ears forward. What struck me hardest was its posture. House cats seldom sit so still for so long. Yet this one stared motionless into murder lot, unblinking. I stood barefoot, arms wrapped against sudden goosebumps, eyes locked on the cat's back. Something about the animal's shape twitched ancient prey instincts inside me. Atlas padded behind and nudged my calf. His sudden presence jolted me from trance. I glanced down to stroke his head. When I looked up, the white cat had vanished. 1 second it was there, the next gone, as though erased. I stayed at the window longer, scanning shadows among the shrubs, but no glimmer of white appeared. Nothing else stirred. The road lay empty, motel windows dark except for the neon sign flickering vacancy. Eventually I returned to bed, yet all warmth drained from the house. I crawled under covers wearing socks and a sweatshirt, but a chill settled in my marrow, clung until dawn. Even sunshine the next morning couldn't fully thaw the night's echo. 3 piercing beeps and a white cat gazing into darkness. That following month passed without incident. I told myself alarms glitch, stray animals wander, and anxiety paints mysteries where none exist. My roommate returned from her weekend and teased me about ghost stories when I recounted the beeps. Leaving out, however, the cat. Some details feel too fragile to share. By day, I remained busy. Grocery runs, yoga classes, emails. Sometimes, though, while walking past the chain link fence, I noticed newly bent wire near ground level. At first I figured a raccoon had enlarged a gap to slip inside. Then the hole widened to the size of a loaf of bread. The next week it was as long as my shin. Pieces of rusted wire curled outward, as if someone or something had tugged from the inside. Tall weeds partly hid the damage. I considered calling the city but procrastinated. I imagined a municipal worker shrugging and promising a ticket nobody would ever read. Meanwhile, the gap broadened each stormy night. One mild Thursday, I arrived home from a late grocery trip just before 8:30. I called to my roommate that I'd jump in the shower because I felt sticky from carrying bags without a sweater. She was sprawled on the couch with earbuds, scrolling on her phone. "Go for it," she said. "I'm ordering Indian food." Atlas kneaded her lap. In the bathroom, I left the door unlocked so the cat could reach his litter box. Steam soon fogged the mirror. The apartment's pipes sometimes clanked, but the noise of running water usually distracted me enough to ignore them. That night, halfway through rinsing shampoo, I heard a knock. Finite, deliberate. 3 raps either on the bathroom door or from the far side of the bathroom window pane. The tap was loud. I reached to pull the curtain aside, expecting to see my roommate. "What's up?" I called through the hiss of water. A voice answered, "It's me," drawn out playful like she often joked, except something about the tone set every hair on my arms upright. The syllables wobbled, pitched slightly off, as if the speaker were practicing how to speak in my roommate's accent. I slid the curtain fully and stepped onto the mat, soap suds swirling toward the drain. Water still thundered behind me. I wrapped a towel, crossed to the door, and opened it. The hallway was empty. No roommate, no cat, just faint music drifting from the living room. My skin broke into cold shivers despite steam. A thought struck me like ice. What if the knock had come not from the hallway, but from the high bathroom window? Someone would need to stand on something tall or possessed unnatural height. Wrapped in the towel, I padded to the living room. My roommate looked up from her phone. "Need conditioner?" she joked. I asked if she had knocked. She frowned. "I've been here the whole time. Atlas hasn't left my lap." The cat confirmed by yawning. I forced a laugh, but my stomach twisted. I did not mention the voice. I dried my hair, slipped into pajamas, and lay in bed listening to the building's bones shift. Each wind gust rattled the window latch like knuckles on wood. The last incident is the hardest to tame in words. It happened 2 weeks ago. By then, I had made a peace of sorts with the apartment. I ignored murder lot, hurried indoors each evening, double-latched the balcony door. The white stray never reappeared. The smoke alarms behaved. On a Tuesday night just before sleep, I lay reading a mystery novel, pages lit by a bedside lamp. Outside, our street was quiet, lullaby hum of distant traffic mixing with the hush of waves beyond rooftops. I was marking my place when a voice shattered the calm. "Help me. Somebody please help me." The first time distant, maybe half a mile. Again, "Help me," louder as though approaching from the east. I sat up, heart stuttering. The words repeated, looping exactly the same cadence. No panting, no break between sentences. That unnatural repetition chilled me more than the plea itself. After 5 or 6 cycles, the voice sounded as if standing on the corner near our complex. I crossed to the living room window and peeked through blinds. Street lamps painted the narrow road gold. No figure stood beneath them. No stumbling person in distress. Yet the cry echoed, "Somebody help me," almost mechanical in rhythm. A neighbor across the street opened his porch door, looked around, shook his head, and ducked back inside. I dialed 911, reporting a possible injured man. The dispatcher asked for description. I admitted I saw no one. "We'll send a unit to check," she said. Meanwhile, neighbors retreated indoors. The voice persisted another minute, then faded. Not into distance. The volume diminished abruptly, like a record switched off. I waited at the window, uneasy, until red-blue patrol lights crawled into view. The police car cruised slowly, spotlight sweeping bushes, then parked near the motel. An officer stepped out, spoke to someone inside the vehicle, and walked into Murder Lot's gap in the fence. His flashlight bobbed orange circles between tangled shrubs. 5 minutes later, he returned, shrugged at his partner, and they drove away. Only after they disappeared did I glimpse movement far down the road. A silhouette crossing beneath a street lamp, so distant it seemed half solid, half vapor. It limped, or maybe glided, arms oddly long. It disappeared behind parked cars. The sudden hush left my heartbeat thunderously loud, and I crawled into bed fully clothed, leaving the lamp burning. Morning washed color over walls. No new footprints marked the dust near our path, yet the hole in the fence seemed wider. A coil of wire lay curled like a snapped spring. I stood staring until Atlas wound between my ankles, reminding me to breathe. My logical mind insists on rational explanations. Smoke alarms fail. Stray cats wander. People play cruel pranks. But every so often, usually when the sun slips below the hills and street lamps buzz awake, that rational voice quiets. I picture those gaps ripped in chain link, the holes shaped not by snouts or paws but by fingers strong enough to tug metal. I recall the voice outside my window, a near-perfect mimic that still slid strangely off-key. I remember Devon's description of the faceless pale creature beneath my grandmother's floorboards, and I replay the cry for help that stopped the instant police arrived, as though the caller knew they were coming and decided the performance was over. Some nights, lying in darkness, I imagine Murder Lot as a stage. Shrubs are curtains, the lone trees props, and behind them waits something patient, clever, unbound by concrete boundaries. Perhaps it prowls the paths between buildings when most of us sleep, practicing our voices, testing our doors, bending wire so it can slip through. Maybe the motel's legend of the bathtub butcher masks a different truth. Horrors unmeasured by police reports, born of shadows rather than blades. I do not know. I do know that our bathroom window, set high and frosted, suddenly feels lower than it used to. Now I keep its latch bolted, no matter how warm the night. Atlas still curls beside me, unaware or unbothered. My roommate listens to my concerns and jokes that we live in a budget horror movie. Girl versus shrubbery. She believes the cries were a homeless man or teenager testing boundaries. I nod, because saying otherwise invites too many questions. Why us? Why here? And what exactly crouches in forgotten lots after midnight? When I walk past Murder Lot now, I quicken my pace and keep my gaze firmly on the pavement. I resist counting the slats of bent fence. I resist wondering where the white cat went. Logic says the cat found food elsewhere, because animals disappear every day without reason. But sometimes, when the moon is high and the coastal fog sinks low, I imagine that cat was never a cat at all. Maybe only a lure wearing fur, probing the edges of our world. Maybe it waits in the shrubs, pupils slit, listening for me to stomp the floor again so it knows exactly where I sleep. So I do not stomp anymore. I step lightly across my grandfather's worn oak planks, and I whisper thanks each morning when dawn drapes the room in color, proving night has ended once again. The chain on Murder Lot's gate still rusts. The motel's vacancy sign still flickers. And somewhere between ocean and hills, the line separating town from wild stays impossibly thin. Thin enough, I suspect, for things older than rumors and taller than fence posts to slip across, wearing any voice they choose. I was 8 years old in the summer of 1968, the year that seemed to stretch out forever in my childhood memory. School had finished in a flurry of dusty chalkboards, clattering lunch trays, and restless students counting the seconds until the final bell. The first morning of vacation, I leapt out of bed before the sun crept over the treetops, already planning days that would be brimming with creek-wading adventures, secret forts, and late-night firefly hunts. My cousin Jimmy lived only 4 houses down the street, and because our families were as intertwined as the vines on my grandmother's garden fence, Jimmy had become more than a cousin. He was a partner in every daring scheme. If I concocted a plan to capture the world's fastest grasshopper, Jimmy was there holding the jar. If Jimmy wanted to build a booby-trapped fort in the woods, I would fetch the hammer and nails. We were inseparable, 2 halves of one careless and delighted soul. That summer promised to be perfect. Then, in the middle of June, life offered up an even greater surprise. One evening at dinner, my mother set down the platter of meatloaf, folded her hands under her chin, and announced that she had marvelous news. She and my father had pooled their savings with my Aunt Buela and Uncle George, Jimmy's parents, and bought 2 side-by-side 1-acre lots in a newly opened lakeside community called Lake Lorelei. They planned to build a shared family cabin. Uncle George, the legendary carpenter of our clan, would oversee framing, roofing, and trim. My father, who prided himself on swapping out toilets faster than any plumber in town, would handle pipes and wires. My mother promised that the grown-ups had room for our help as apprentices. To me, apprenticeship meant hammering nails, roasting hot dogs over brush fires, sleeping under a sea of stars, and waking to a clear lake just beyond the porch rails. I barely touched my supper, too dizzy with visions of endless woods and secret fishing holes. Jimmy reacted much the same way when I raced down the block to give him the news. We ended up cartwheeling across his front lawn in pure excitement until our families called us inside to quiet down the neighborhood. Lake Lorelei lay in Brown County, Ohio, an hour's drive from everything we knew, beyond farm stands and cornfields, hugging a small man-made lake that developers promised would someday sparkle with speedboats and weekend tourists. In 1968, however, the development consisted of rough gravel roads curling through brushy meadows, only a handful of newly parceled lots, and the broad, glassy lake itself. Apart from the gatehouse and a weather-scarred billboard boasting, "Invest in Lake Lorelei, your summer paradise," the world felt untouched. At dawn on the Saturday after the sale, both families loaded their campers. Coolers heavy with potato salad, toolboxes filled with wrenches, suitcases bursting with shorts and swimsuits, and 2 wide-eyed boys vibrating with nerves in the back seat. The drive felt endless, my internal clock ticking slower with every mile, until the asphalt narrowed to gravel and the leafy tunnel of unfamiliar woods opened onto a hillside clearing. My mother parked. Jimmy and I poured out of the cars, hearts drumming, fists pumping the air. Before us lay 2 grassy lots, their boundaries marked by neon tape fluttering on stakes. Ours on the left, Jimmy's on the right. Tall daisies nodded in clumps. Bees hummed. Beyond the lots ran the unpaved road. Across it shimmered a small pond, ringed with cattails. 5 lots to the east, beyond a gentle rise, stood a pocket of forest, maybe 5 or 6 acres of hardwoods. In every other direction, nothing but empty acreage and wind. Camp set up that day was organized chaos. Uncle George yanked 2x4s from his pickup and started sketching a floor plan in the dirt. My father argued about plumbing vents. The mothers unpacked lawn chairs and lemonade. Jimmy and I sprinted to the pond, skipped stones, then sprinted back when our parents called us to haul scrap wood. Each day unfolded like that. Adult blueprints in one corner of the clearing, our improvised escapades everywhere else. Within a week, the site felt like a second home. Morning sunlight slanted through our camper's plastic window at 5:30, nudging me awake. By 6, Jimmy and I were racing down dew-slicked grass to inspect the latest nail hammered into a beam or the newest trench dug for pipes. We claimed the empty field behind both lots as our meadow kingdom and ruled it with elaborate laws about trading pebbles for dandelion crowns. The pond became Pirate Bay, where we hunted cattail sea serpents using willow branch spears. Every stone, stump, and toad earned a place in our mythology. Evenings ended with 2 exhausted boys asleep before sunset. One afternoon, about 3 weeks into construction, Jimmy and I wandered farther from the cleared lots than we ever had. The July heat shimmered over the gravel road, cicadas screeching like rusty brakes. We headed toward the small forest patch east of our lots, curiosity gnawing louder with every step. No trucks were ever parked near that corner, and nobody spoke of future cabins there. The road dipped and curved around a swath of trees half swallowed by nettles. Jimmy plucked a cattail and flicked seeds at me, then stared into the shade. "You feel that?" he whispered. I did. The air beneath those branches felt oddly cool, as if the forest breathed out refrigerator air. Sunlight caught the dust motes at the entrance but failed to penetrate beyond. It was inviting and forbidding in the same breath. We stepped inside. Instantly, the cicada chorus stopped. No birds twittered. The hush pressed on my eardrums. Fallen leaves looked gray instead of brown, as if the color had drained away. We pushed deeper until a shape emerged, an abandoned house squatting in the gloom. Weather had chewed its clapboard siding to splinters. Vines strangled the porch posts. The roof slouched like a hat in rain. A dare hung unspoken. Neither of us wanted to break the silence, yet our mutual pride refused retreat. We crept up the rotting steps. Each plank groaned, threatening collapse. The door sagged on one hinge. I nudged it with trembling fingers. A smell like moldy attics seeped forth. Jimmy shone his flashlight across warped floorboards littered with broken chairs, newspapers stuck together by decades of damp, and empty picture frames staining the walls. No wallpaper remained, only faint outlines where framed memories once hung. I stepped first. My shoe sank, wood flaked, but held. 5 paces inside, I froze. On the floor, half buried under torn magazines, I spotted a small black and white photograph. Something about its crisp edges amid decay drew me. I lifted it free, brushing dust away. The image showed a woman seated on a jagged rock by water. Perhaps a river, perhaps a lake. Her gown flowed like mist around her ankles. Though monochrome, her hair gleamed so pale it seemed almost silver. She gazed somewhere beyond the lens, lips curved in a melancholy smile. Wisdom and mischief wove across that face simultaneously. I felt rooted to the spot, sucked into her eyes even though they were only ink on paper. Jimmy hovered behind me. "Who's that?" His voice quivered. Before I could answer, a laugh drifted through the house. It was faint at first, like a music box starting up. I swung around. Empty doorway, empty stairs. The laugh grew clearer. A woman's trill, lilting, playful. My heart hammered. Jimmy pressed against my shoulder. The laughter changed pitch, sharpening. What began as a silvery giggle slid toward mockery, then malice. It rose higher, faster, until it tore through the silent house like nails across glass. Jimmy seized my wrist. We bolted. He dropped his flashlight. I dropped the photograph. Floorboards cracked under our heels. We exploded through the doorway, barreled between the trees, leapt logs, whipped branches, stumbled back into sunlight. When we burst into the meadow, the real bright world, the air hummed again with insects. We doubled over, gasping, checking our skin for scratches. Neither spoke on the walk back, but we shared silent agreement. The forest and its house belonged to something we did not want to meet again. For the rest of that summer, we stayed clear of those trees. On brave afternoons, we peered from a distance, watching shadows shift near the tree line. Sometimes we convinced ourselves the laughter had been wind. Other times we shared sudden chills in broad daylight and hurried to the pond, where minnows flicked harmlessly in the shallows and life felt safe. Autumn arrived. School resumed. Summer stories turned to playground boasts. The cabin skeleton weathered its first leaves without us around. Winter glazed Ohio in ice and sorrow as Aunt Buela died suddenly of a heart attack. Her absence cracked something in the adults. Construction ground to a halt. Weekend trips dwindled. By the time dogwoods bloomed again, nobody mentioned Lake Lorelei until early June, when my father declared we would spend one full weekend there to take stock of the unfinished house and decide its fate. Uncle George planned to drive up too, with Jimmy in tow. My heart leapt at the prospect of another adventure, yet a cold knot formed at recollection of the photograph and that house. Soon we were back among daisies, but the property felt muted without Aunt Buela's laugh. Uncle George slept in the shed, my family in the camper. Saturday passed with chores, checking tar paper on the roof, measuring porch beams. That afternoon, my younger cousin Cheryl arrived. At 6, we ordered fried dough and cotton candy from the carnival in town, rode rickety attractions, and returned long after stars crowned the black sky. Jimmy and his parents vanished into the shed. Cheryl curled beside me in the camper bunk. The wee hours widened, the world hushed, until Cheryl shook me awake, face green. I roused our parents. They led her outside around the camper's corner, where she bent over grass in miserable spasms. I wandered out to the picnic table, blinking at starlight. The air smelled of pine and carnival grease. I sat facing the dark road and that distant forest while cicadas buzzed soft lullabies. A figure walked from the gloom, silhouette gliding toward me. At first I assumed my aunt was checking on me. Then reality snapped. Aunt Buela was gone. This figure moved too tall, too graceful. Moonlight revealed pale hair piled high above an elongated neck. A gown rippling though wind was still. My pulse crashed. The woman, no, the entity, lowered herself onto the bench opposite me. Even in faint light, her skin shimmered with unnatural pallor. Her lips curled. A laugh, musical, identical to the one inside the abandoned house, lit the night. The joyous melody soured, pitching higher, faster, until it sliced the quiet. In that laugh I felt hunger. The transformation was instant and horrifying. Pale hair dulled to matted gray, flesh sagged into corpse-green folds writhing with invisible worms. Thin lips parted to expose saw-blade teeth. Her eyes glowed red like coal. I tried to scream, but air lodged. Long talons grazed my cheek, icy and deliberate. Instinct broke the paralysis. I propelled backward from the bench, feet scraping. Adrenaline surged me across gravel, across road, toward the pond. I heard squelches at my heels, smelled rank breath. Reeds whipped my shins. Nowhere remained to run. I spun to face her. She loomed inches away, fingers curled from my throat. Terror erupted into sound. I screamed over and over, and the world blurred. Hands shook me awake. My mother's face blurred above mine. I was back at the picnic table, Cheryl sleeping inside, Jimmy snoring in the shed. My breath rattled. Mom soothed me, insisted I had been dreaming. Yet my bare feet stung from sharp stones. Thin scratches lined my calves, and I tasted pond water on my lips. Morning brought cloudless skies and Cheryl's departure. Jimmy found me trembling by the porch, and we walked to the pond. Near the water's edge, a single small footprint dented the mud. Jimmy measured his sandal against it, my exact size. Neither of us spoke. We returned to pack. Later that fall, the families sold both lots. We never again set foot on Lake Lorelei property. The cabin frame rotted in someone else's meadow. Weeds swallowed our kingdom. In adulthood, I have researched myths. Rhine river sirens, Celtic bean-nye, Slavic rusalka. Beings luring wanderers to watery graves. None match what Jimmy and I met. Some nights I wake certain I hear faint laughter, wind thin, curling at my window. On those nights I sit in darkness, remembering the feel of rotten boards underfoot and moonlit talons brushing my skin. Reminding myself that some haunting summers never end, no matter how many years pass or how far we move from Brown County, Ohio. I grew up on a narrow concession road in rural southern Ontario. Our place sits where a grid of flat farmland collapses into pockets of second-growth woods. And though there are neighbors in either direction, the trees swallow every hint of light once you step off the gravel shoulder. The front of our house faces the road. Behind it, the yard dissolves into a tangled patch of cedar, poplar, and sumac that eventually grades into a 50-acre bush lot full of limestone outcrops and half-forgotten fence lines. On winter nights, I can stand beneath the yard light and watch blowing snow drift across the corn stubble. In summer, the same yard light draws bats that flit around the eaves until dawn. Nothing about the setting feels sinister when you grow up with it. It is just home, and the silence that rolls over the land after dark is something you learn to register without fear. At 18, though, when you have started commuting long distances and returning well after midnight, you discover new frequencies in that quiet, and you realize it can swallow more than wind and crickets. During my first semester at college, I attended night classes that ended at 10. By the time I idled into our lane, it would be nearing 11:30. November had already stripped the maples bare, leaving the moon and the security light to fight over each shadow. The yard should have been alive with rustling. Mice in the dry leaves, raccoons clattering from the grain shed, the distant chorus of coyotes. Yet every night that month, as soon as I stepped out of the truck, the world fell into a vacuum. I would pause with the key halfway to the side door lock, waiting for the usual scurry to break the hush. Nothing. Even our barn cat, a scrappy orange Tom who usually appeared the moment an engine clicked off, stayed hidden. The yard light hummed, my boots creaked on frost, but the fields around me felt as dead as glass. I told myself it was nothing. Migratory birds had moved south. The cold had driven the raccoons to farmhouses, and the coyotes were ranging deeper into the bush. The emptiness nagged at me all the same. It built with the semester, a mounting certainty when I crossed the threshold that the silence was an active thing, that it leaned inward to listen. The first time that certainty showed its teeth happened at the start of December. Garbage pickup on our concession is early, 6:30, and because I would be gone before dawn, I rolled the bins down the lane the night before. The air was brittle, the iron-gray sky threatening sleet. Halfway to the road, I glanced across the ditch toward the hedge of cedar and wild apple that fences our property, and two eyes stared back. The points of light hovered a yard above the snow, too high for a fox, too low for a deer. They settled on me with a weight that felt physical, and every hair on my arms prickled under my coat sleeve. Instinct yanked me around. I sprinted the last 30 yards, dumped the bins, and pounded back to the side door. When I slammed the latch, the yard light flicked off, as if the house itself wanted no part of what hunted the laneway. For a long minute, I kept my hand on the brass knob, forcing breaths through clenched teeth, until I could convince myself the reflection had been no more than headlights from a distant car kissing wet branches. Classes wound down, Christmas approached, and the silence finally broke. Owls reoccupied the cedar windbreak, chickadees flitted among the feeders, a chorus of coyotes threaded the hayfields again. I started to forget the eyes. Then, in early February, on a night so clear the stars looked like hammered nails, I parked beneath the yard light, swung my book bag out, and took one step toward the garage door. From far out in our back field something screamed. Sound carries across open snow, and the voice hit me full in the chest. A long, broken breath twisting between human and animal pain. I saw nothing, no silhouette, no flash of fur in the moonlight. Yet the pitch told me the caller stood only a few hundred feet beyond the barn. I fumbled the keypad, jabbed for digits, and ducked inside before the door could finish rising. In the dark safety of the mudroom, I listened for a second cry. None came. Whatever had found its throat in the field fell quiet as soon as I crossed the threshold, as if my retreat satisfied it. Life eventually slips into routine even when you wish it wouldn't. I stopped hearing screams, and the night noises returned. By early spring, robins trilled before sunrise and peepers filled the roadside puddles. One evening in March, I lingered late at school, then crawled home under drifting snow squalls. When I cut the engine, I noticed again that the yard light was the only glow on the concession. No distant windows, no blink of a tractor in the shed row 2 farms over. The frogs should have been deafening. The silence my truck doors opened into was total. The same dread that had seized me in November returned full-grown. Yet nothing moved in the spotlight. I hurried inside, locked up, and refused to look out the kitchen window even for a drink. While I wrangled my own worries, a buddy of mine, Graham, was living a parallel story deeper in the province. His girlfriend's father owns a cedar-sided hunting camp near the eastern edge of Algonquin Park. The cabin sits 3 kilometers down a seasonal road that the county barely grades, and when the moon sets you can't see your hand in front of your nose. Graham had spent plenty of weekends there in summer, but only recently had they started visiting in winter, and the quiet unnerved him. Their first incident came mid-January. They were driving the last stretch of gravel when the headlights knifed onto a dog crouched dead center of the lane. The animal was half a kilometer distant, but Graham braked early, nudging the car forward, flicking high beams to warn it off. The dog didn't budge. When they stopped 3 meters away, it rose, big-headed, rangy, and paced a slow arc along the passenger side, never once breaking eye contact with Graham. His girlfriend murmured that the neighbor at the only other camp on the lake owned 2 shepherd crosses and maybe one had escaped the fence. She volunteered to walk up the drive and check. If the neighbor confirmed a missing dog, Graham could try coaxing this one indoors. They stepped out together under the car's taillights. She headed across the frozen ditch toward a porch lamp that glowed beyond the trees. Graham followed the dog's silhouette along the red glow and was unnerved at how smoothly it drifted through the snow. No bounce in the shoulders. The animal's head never rotated. The gaze felt pinned to him by something stronger than curiosity. When Graham matched its pace, the creature angled into the road ditch and slunk from the beam, still staring. For a second, it vanished in the tangle of alder. Graham jogged to keep it in view, and the thing matched his stride without effort. He called softly, whistled, even crouched to appear non-threatening. The dog slipped through drifts with impossibly long steps, its feet barely breaking the crust. Then the barking began. One hard note, repeated with perfect timing, no growl between bursts, as if the creature's lungs were bellows pumping the same sound again and again. Graham felt something inside him unlatch. He sprinted. In 20 seconds, he covered the 100 yards back to the car. His girlfriend simultaneously burst from the neighbor's porch, white-faced, eyes wide, and cried that both dogs were sleeping safely in the living room and no one else was home. They slammed doors, reversed down the lane, and sped the final stretch to the family cabin with the image of that barking shape frozen in the mirror. One motionless dog sitting where the car had idled only moments before. The next unnerving meeting came 2 months later, early one April, when winter refused to quit. Graham had closed the cabin for the night after a game of crib, stepped outside for a cigarette, and noticed how thoroughly the evening's usual chorus had evaporated. No wind in the pines, no distant loon, no hiss of ice shifting on the lake. Shadows pooled beneath the yard lamp. While he smoked, a coyote trotted along the clearing's edge. Only this coyote was wrong. Its haunches and ribs stood out like wire. Tufts of pale fur clung to raw patches of hide. Instead of slinking low, the animal walked erect in the shoulders, then clambered onto the picnic table as though replicating a human posture. Graham, half drowsy from beer, flicked his cigarette but toward the figure. Both man and beast followed the ember's arc. When he glanced up again, the coyote had vanished, noiseless as if unmade by darkness. Graham wrote it off as alcohol fuzz. The next morning, boot prints tracked the damp earth where he had stood, but the ground showed no paw marks. The third encounter cemented his dread. Mid-October, hardwoods aflame, they returned for a last autumn weekend. The night was clear but airless, moon hidden behind ragged cloud. They were watching a film when Graham sensed something off, an absence that pressed against the windows. He muted the credits and realized even the cabin cats had frozen, their fur standing, eyes locked on the front door. A thud sounded overhead, deliberate, heavy, like a man pacing the tin roof. His girlfriend sobbed. Graham grabbed the machete they kept by the boot rack and crept upstairs. The pounding shifted, footfalls circling above him, each step flexing rafters. From outside came the same tuneless, mechanical bark he had heard months before, now further out among the spruce, ebbing like a retreating siren. He bolted downstairs, secured every latch, and wedged furniture against doors while the woman wept in blankets. The barking faded into the hills. They didn't sleep. Dawn found them still dressed, coffees shaking in their hands. They locked the cabin, drove south, and debated never returning. He recounted these incidents to me over coffee, one shaky evening after my own final signpost appeared. I told him about the invisible winter watcher in my back field, about the eyes in the ditch, about the single cry that shattered the yard's hush. His stories meshed with mine like puzzle pieces, different shapes of the same impossibility. We spent an hour searching articles on alleged skinwalker sightings, Wendigo legends, dogman lore, all threads that knitted nothing solid. Folklore spilled across the continent. Stories of shapeshifters mimicking voices, luring travelers, wearing stolen hides, operating at the edge where farms meet forest. Our rural rows in Ontario are far from Navajo lands, yet certain patterns repeat wherever wilderness creeps close to roadside porch lights. What finally unsettled me enough to write any of this happened the week after Graham's last tale. April rain turned gravel mushy, and exams kept me late in the city again. I arrived close to midnight and angled the truck into our drive. Another power outage had knocked street lamps along the concession dark. The yard light must have tripped too, for only my headlights carved the lane. In that cone of illumination, 40 paces from my bumper, stood a figure. I assumed first it was a deer, tall, russet, ears rising. Then it stepped forward on 2 legs. The limbs bent wrong, too long at the joints, ending in palms rather than hooves. Where antlers should have sprouted, I saw only ragged scars. One eye reflected red in the beam, but the jaw remained slack, almost curious. We stared at each other. I could neither reverse nor lunge forward without risking the ditch, so I killed the engine. The radio died. Rain ticked the roof. In that perfect hush, something in me recognized the earlier silences for what they were. Space cleared by a predator anxious about noise. The figure tilted its head, studying the truck, then barked one single flat note, exactly the wrong pitch for any animal. The sound rolled down the hood and punched me in the chest. I slammed the lock. The creature dropped to all fours, leapt the ditch without rustling a leaf, and vanished into cedar shadow. I waited a full hour, engine off, until I could no longer sense anything staring. When I finally dashed for the porch, the normal night chorus resumed mid-stride behind me. Peepers shrilling, wind nudging poplar leaves, owls trading calls as though reclaiming ground once the stranger moved on. Since that night, we keep motion lights mounted on every corner of our barns. Graham refuses to stay at the cabin unless 3 trucks convoy in together, each carrying rifles. Neither of us mention these precautions to parents or girlfriends. We know how ghost stories sound over ordinary breakfast tables. But we compare notes whenever something new occurs. A week ago, he texted, "Back up north. Heard mechanical barking in swamp by causeway. Cats hid under couch." Last weekend, I found odd prints behind our woodpile. Elongated digits with nails etched deep in the mud, wider than any raccoon. I filled them quickly so Dad wouldn't comment. For now, spring birds trill at dawn again, and coyotes yap beyond the back pasture as they always did. Yet every so often the night blanks out, as though someone blots the forest with a gloved hand. When that hush drops, I stand frozen in the mudroom, keys pressed to my palm, heart banging hard enough that I worry my breath alone might summon whatever waits just beyond the yard light. Until I know otherwise, I assume it is there, patient, mimicking, wearing some borrowed shape, and that respect, more than locks or lamps, might be the only thing keeping it on the far side of our ditch. I grew up in the open farm country of southwestern Indiana, the kind of place where the landscape is either corn or woods, and the nearest town, population a few hundred, exists mostly as a post office, a grain elevator, and a volunteer fire sign that hasn't been repainted since the 90s. The house I share with my 74-year-old grandmother sits on a 2-lane blacktop a mile outside that town. Neighbors live only 40 yards away in one direction, but apart from a security light on their garage, there isn't much to break the darkness once the sun goes down. Corn stretches to the horizon on both sides of the road, and the back of the lot dissolves into second-growth timber that has been claiming abandoned fence lines for longer than anyone can remember. The house itself is older than most of the county. Stamped tin ceilings, wide pine plank floors, door frames just tall enough that my modern 5'6" build squeaks through without ducking. My great-grandfather raised 3 children under that roof during the Great Depression. Years later, my parents moved away, came back, split up, and eventually I returned alone after a brutal divorce to help Gran keep the place upright. Time and slow renovation have mixed original clapboard with aluminum siding and updated the wiring so we can run motion-activated lights on every corner of the porch. Even so, when night covers the fields, the property still feels like the last island of electricity on Earth. Because I work a 10 to 6 shift at an assembly plant 40 minutes south, my days and nights are permanently reversed. When the bulk of the county is making breakfast, I'm usually stumbling in, shedding steel-toe boots at the mudroom, and collapsing on the couch with a cup of reheated coffee. That routine means I witness things most of my neighbors miss completely. Barred owls ghosting over the road, coy dogs slipping through ditches, deer materializing at the edge of field stubble like silhouettes cut from steam. Animals shape my internal clock more than any rooster, and after a few years I can judge seasons by what calls after midnight. Spring peepers in April, whitetail fawns bleating in June, coyotes singing harmony across October frosts. One winter about 2 years ago, that background choir went silent. November arrived with its early dusk, and I noticed that when I coasted the truck into our drive around 11 p.m., keyed the house, and shouldered open the side door, the night air seemed to hold its breath. No squeal of a rabbit near the woodpile, no chuff of possum under the porch, not even the ticking adult corn stalks make when they rub against each other in the wind. At first I shrugged it off. Fields were bare, predators were ranging wider. Maybe a passing bobcat had put the usual scavengers on edge. Still, each time the automatic floodlight snapped on, the halo around the door felt oddly hollow, like I was standing on a stage after the audience had slipped out the fire exit. The unease lodged in my mind, but not my bones, until the middle of December, an especially hard freeze when the mercury dropped below 10 and a powder of dry snow sifted across the lane. I dragged our garbage can to the road at midnight so the hauler could snatch it first thing in the morning. Halfway down the drive, I glanced toward the cedar line across the pavement, expecting familiar glints of rabbit eyes or maybe a fox. Instead, two steady, coppery lights stared back, higher than any fox, too wide for a deer caught in headlights, too bright to be frost on a branch. They didn't blink. They didn't sway. They remained fixed on me as if assessing the meat on my bones. Something ancient flicked my nerve endings. I dropped the bin, pivoted, and ran. When I burst through the mudroom, the dog, our arthritic cattle dog Mix, who normally sleeps through thunderstorms, lifted her head and grumbled low in her chest. I latched the deadbolt, sagged against the door, and told myself I'd probably spooked a fat raccoon whose eyes happened to catch the porch beam. The explanation barely satisfied, but I forced it to. January confirmed that the explanation was paper thin. The corn stubble now lay buried under a crust of ice. Raccoon tracks sketched drunken loops around the grain bins, and the owl that roosts over our tool shed hooted nightly. The hush had lifted. Things were normal. Then, one crystalline night with the moon sharp enough to file blades, I killed the truck engine and reached for my lunch pail. Something screamed from deep in our back acreage. The sound of train brakes snagged on rust, stretched into a keening keen that forced the air from my lungs. It seemed to originate from the cluster of old oaks that occupy a limestone ridge back there. In moonlight, I saw no figure, no shape, yet I knew with needle certainty that whatever produced that cry stood no more than 100 yards away and understood precisely where I stood in return. I slammed the door, burst inside, latched every lock, then shuffled through the living room blinds to watch the timberline until dawn bled across the ragged corn. Nothing moved. I might have buried all of it, chalked every moment up to shift work fatigue, if my friend Graham hadn't phoned from the opposite end of the province with stories that curled the hair on my arms. Graham dates a woman whose family owns a cedar cabin on a Finger Lake near the eastern fringe of Algonquin Park. He's a welder who thinks bear spray is overkill. When he started telling me about the dog on the lane, his voice wobbled like a welder's mask under too much arc flash. They were driving the access road late one Friday, snow piling in the beams, when a dog the size of a timber wolf parked itself in dead center of the track. Graham braked 20 yards out, then rolled forward flashing high beams. The animal refused to budge. The shoulders stood damn near 3 feet off the snow. After a standoff, he eased to within 10 feet, expecting it to bolt. Instead, the creature rose without hurry, glided alongside the passenger door, and stared through the glass at him, eyes smoldering with pale amber light. His girlfriend thought maybe the neighbor's shepherd cross had slipped its chain and offered to hike the last 2 drives to check. She left on foot. Graham stepped out to keep the animal in sight. It drifted ahead of him, never turning its massive head, legs executing a weird half-hop as though jointed wrong. He whistled in what he hoped was a friendly way. The creature matched his whistle with a bark so identical time after time it sounded like broken audio looping. Then it slid backward into the ditch, emerged 30 yards upslope, still watching. When Graham trotted, it trotted. When he sprinted, it walked, somehow arriving ahead of him each time he blinked. Finally, it vanished into the tree lattice. He hustled back toward the car just as his girlfriend tore from the neighbor's porch, shouting that both shepherds were safe inside and someone, or something, was skulking behind her. They squealed away. In the mirror, perched where the car had idled, sat the same dog, head cocked, the red wash of taillights transforming its eyes into coals. I listened, pulse in my throat, while Graham related 2 other incidents. The emaciated coyote that stalked him across the cabin yard, climbed onto the picnic table, then stood like a scarecrow before evaporating. The footsteps on the roof, paced, deliberate, followed by a distorted scream in the swamp. Each tale dovetailed too neatly with my winter uprisings. We compared calendars. The lane dog and my ditch eyes lined up week for week. The puzzle pieces clicked into something close to folklore. Skinwalker, Dogman, Hellhound. Words I'd considered only as late-night podcast fodder. But the slipknot in my guts said those words now belonged here, in farm country, carving paths through corn rows and cedar heaps. 2 months passed uneventfully. Owls nested. Coyotes had pups and started yipping closer to the barns again. One April night, I parked beneath the motion light and exhaled pure relief that the field sang with frogs. My phone buzzed. Graham's text. The barking's back. I pocketed the device, flipped headlights off, and trudged toward the porch. Halfway I froze. Something larger than our bull calf crouched beside the trash corral. Not crouching, exactly, folded. The spine humped high like a boulder wearing fur. Snowmelt pooled around its paws. The floodlight halo revealed ebony hair sleek as tar, shoulders heaving to some slow internal rhythm. My brain coughed the word wolf, but our departed wolves never reached this mass, never draped muscle so thick across the withers. And wolves don't radiate that mind-numbing dread. I inhaled, preparing to step backward, when the creature lifted its muzzle. Its face was unsettlingly human in configuration. Long jaw, high cheek ridges, lips that almost formed shapes. Then the mouth hinged wider than bone should permit, and ivory knives 5 inches long flashed wet. It gathered the dead weight of a doe, a full mature whitetail I hadn't even realized lay against the shed, clamped the throat, and hauled the carcass as if it weighed no more than a pillow. Blood dribbled ribbon shapes across the thawing gravel. Before my startled brain processed scale, the beast bolted. One bound carried it across the road ditch. A second launched it into a maple trunk 12 feet up. It vanished among branches that should never have held half that load. I staggered backward until porch boards thumped my calves, fumbled the knob, collapsed inside with the world spinning. In the morning, I doubted what I'd witnessed. Adrenaline can warp night into fantasy. Yet, when I ventured across the lane, I found only churned snow where the doe had lain. No drag marks out the back gate, no half-eaten carcass in the cedar pockets. I peered upward into the maple canopy and nearly vomited. 30 feet high the skull, vertebral column, and single haunch of hide hung draped like grisly bunting. Every reachable branch below was spotless. Something had shimmied up, cleaned the animal to bone, and left the remnants woven among the limbs. I kept that sight to myself. Gran already worries about coyotes snagging her barn kittens. No need to add nightmares of a devil dog scaling hardwoods with livestock in tow. I reset motion cameras along the ditch line, cheap trail units from the pawn shop, telling her I wanted a head count on raccoons raiding our compost. 2 weeks later came the dread wake. 1 minute I was sleeping the boneless sleep of a double shift, couch cushions hugging my ears. Next moment my eyes snapped open to a silence so oppressive it rang. The floodlight outside glared through the lace panel. That meant motion in the yard. I lifted just enough to peer over the couch arm. Through the window glass, those same ember-red pupils seared across 20 feet of open air. The creature stood on the porch step, hunched beneath the cedar shakes, shoulders knotted with rope muscles. Frosty breath plumed between dentical jaws. My mind screamed run, but my limbs obeyed some prehistoric instinct. Freeze, go small, hide. I inched the wool afghan to my chin and prayed ridiculous childhood prayers taught by Gran. God guard me through the night and wake me with the morning light. The animal's lips peeled back. Pressed claw tips, long, black, curved against the tempered pane. A dull tapping echoed down the hallway like fingernails on a coffin lid. My bladder threatened mutiny. I tasted copper. Seconds or centuries later, the thing exhaled a growl that shifted mid-sound into a whistle like live steam. It pivoted, claws clicked on cement, and the floodlight died as if someone yanked the breaker. I didn't sleep again. Dawn eventually seeped around the curtains, pale and almost forgiving. I risked the porch. The boards showed no scratches. The path in the snow had melted overnight. Only the lingering reek of iron and wet dog clung to the air. That day, I combed local archives for folklore. Indiana, it seems, is not devoid of stories. In the 1600s, French fur traders along the Wabash recorded tales of a great black loup-garou with eyes like starfire that dragged hogs into trees. Later, Pioneers pushing west reported solitary wolves the size of mules whose howls drove cattle into fences. Modern cryptid forums call these beings hellhounds, flesh and blood portents of death. Some accounts claim they guard crossroads between worlds. Others insist 3 sightings mark a countdown to the observer's own demise. My tally already stood at 2 1/4 if you counted the eyes in the ditch. Weeks slipped past. The corn sprouted. The yard fell into normal rhythms. Night shift resumed its dull grind. I installed heavier deadbolts, pretended they mattered. Then one starless April evening, the county lost power during a thunder roll. I coasted the truck into pitch black, headlights my only anchor. Rain made mirrors of the pavement. I pulled up short when my beams revealed a figure squatting beside the fallen trash can. First, I cataloged details you'd expect. Matted black fur, humped spine, stilted back legs bent like a hare's yet thick as oak limbs. Then the monster unfolded. It didn't stand so much as rise, joint by joint, until the shoulders matched the height of the truck roof. The narrow head cocked. One slick ear flicked water. The mouth parted to show that abyss of serrated ivory. I hadn't shut the engine yet. The diesel clatter seemed to amuse it. It slung one paw forward, arm longer than my entire leg, and tapped a claw against the chrome bumper twice. A metallic ping lost in thunder. Then it barked. The same flat, mechanical note Graham described, devoid of variance, utter in its wrongness. I chose fight instead of flight for the first time. Snatching the .30-30 rifle from the rack behind my seat, I threw open the door and levered around. The creature did not flinch. I fired into the mud between its feet, close enough that stones peppered my hood. The muzzle flash lit red eyes into supernova flares. The thing dropped to all fours in one liquid ripple, cleared the ditch in a bound, and swallowed darkness beneath the cedars. I heard foliage hush behind it as though even branches dared not whisper. The county power returned 2 hours later. I patched the bullet divot in daylight and told Gran I must have misfired while scaring off raccoons. She reminded me raccoons aren't usually cow-sized. I laughed too loudly. Since that showdown, nothing overt has happened. Motion lights trip occasionally, sweeping the yard with cold fluorescence, but when I peer out, everything appears normal. Possums wrestling trash lids, barn cat stalking voles. Graham, farther north, reports the barking once every few months, always on windless nights when shore mist creeps in. We trade messages, compare moon phases, wonder if salt lines or iron nails across thresholds would help. Neither of us is especially religious, yet I keep a battered New Testament Gran gave me when I was 6 tucked between couch cushions where I sleep. Insurance, maybe. Some evenings the frogs in the ditch fall silent all at once. A whole choir inhaled mid-song. When that hush clamps down, I sit perfectly still and listen to my pulse hammer in my ears. So far the silence always breaks. A cicada drones, a barred owl hoots, some brave cricket resumes its chirp, and life rolls on as though the moment never happened. I suspect the day the hush lasts too long. When the motion lights stay dark because nothing dares flee, that will be the signal something ancient has stepped back into the yard. If it does, I hope that rifle and small book of prayers are enough. And if they aren't, I pray at least to keep the courage to meet those ember eyes standing, not cowering, as whatever old law it serves finally closes its red stare over another Indiana night. I was 18 years old in the winter of 2001, just weeks from Christmas vacation, and though I had spent my entire life in the same corner of rural south-central Georgia, that long stretch of 2-lane asphalt between our high school gym and my parents' house still managed to feel as unfamiliar as it did familiar. By day, I could have navigated it blindfolded. 13.5 miles of gentle curves, soft shoulders, deep drainage ditches, and pine thickets that crowded the road so closely in places the branches actually brushed passing traffic. By night, the route became something else altogether. An unlit, half-feral ribbon unspooling through an emptiness so complete it felt almost lunar. If you killed your headlights, you wouldn't see your own hand waving in front of your nose. Your dashboard clock, your muffler, and the hum of the tires on old tar and gravel were the only reminders that you still occupied the 21st century. I was a senior then, all raw nerves and big plans. One foot in boyhood, the other straining for whatever came after graduation. Basketball was my entire universe during those months. We practiced every afternoon, lifted weights on weekends, traveled to away games with stomachs full of peanut butter sandwiches, and Gatorade we bought ourselves because the school budget barely covered jerseys and bus fuel. Our squad wasn't exactly on track to win region. If you want the truth, that season we were just thankful to break even, but we loved the grind. The hiss of sneakers on varnished hardwood, the holler of coaches whose lungs threatened to turn inside out each quarter, the smell of that gym bus on the ride home, damp nylon, tired boys, and whatever cologne someone's girlfriend had talked him into wearing too generously. On the night this story begins, we'd driven 90 minutes to a small county school with concrete bleachers and a double-rimmed goal that seemed to reject every jumper that touched it. We lost by 13, yet laughter filled the return bus ride because Christmas break was only a handful of practice sessions away, and the prospect of 2 weeks without exams made the score fade like chalk in rain. When we tumbled off the bus around 11:30, I slapped hands with my teammates, wished them safe drives, and hurried through the swirl of exhaust and moth-eaten floodlights to where my mother's old Isuzu Rodeo crouched beneath a chain-link perimeter fence. She'd handed that SUV down when she upgraded to a minivan, and I loved it more than any object I'd owned. Manual transmission, rear windows that cranked down so far a grown dog could stick its whole head out, and a cassette deck rigged to play CDs through one of those rubber-wheeled adapters. The Rodeo had hauled deer stands, prom outfits, and my entire future folded up in college brochures stuffed behind the seat. That night, I tossed my overstuffed gym bag across the center console, fired the engine, and eased around the last stragglers waving as they piled into their own vehicles. If you've never driven Georgia backroads in late December, let me paint the scene as faithfully as memory allows. The air, even at ground level, can be so clear it feels brittle. It's the kind of cold that tightens your nostrils and makes cheap leather steering wheels creak. That year, the afternoons had run warmer than usual, high 50s. So after sunset, a delicate exhalation of mist began rising from every damp pasture, gathering thicker in the hollows. By midnight, a full blanket fog floated knee-high across the fields, numbing stray wheat stubble and blurring ditch lines. Overhead, a nearly full moon hid and re-emerged behind ragged sheaths of cloud. Its silver light refracted until the whole world seemed lit by an underwater street lamp. I cranked my window down 3 inches, even though the heat was cranked, because that stream of cold air could do what sugary sports drinks and loud music could not. Shock me awake for the half-hour trip to the house. I was wearing the county-issued warm-up top, navy blue with our mascot in block lettering. Barely enough insulation, but I liked how the wind snapped the fabric against my collarbones. Creed's My Own Prison played faintly in the background, but mostly I listened to the wind and the tires and my own pulse, still high from the fourth quarter press we'd mounted too late. At 12 miles an hour, I turned onto the highway spur, reset the odometer, and accelerated until the speedometer hovered at 40. That was my ritual pace. Fast enough to get home within half an hour, slow enough that I could slam brakes if a mule deer or feral hog burst from the pines. Folks talk about a normal volume of roadside wildlife. In that part of Georgia, and in November and December especially, you see headlights reflected in raccoon eyes every 3 minutes, possums waddling to fresh roadkill, and the occasional gray fox trotting like a ghost under the pines. You spot full-antlered whitetails grazing near ditches, sometimes 10 in a bunch, and you learn to keep your right foot poised above the pedal because even cautious does can spook at the whir of radial tires. Odds were high you'd eventually tag a deer. I already had the previous winter. You never want a replay. It was exactly because of that accident that my eyes never stopped scanning those shoulders. Even on nights when the fog lay so thick my beams diffused to butter-colored halos. I fell into a routine. Glance right, left, center gauges, right again. I imagine a passenger might have thought I was watching some invisible tennis match. Halfway home, and my odometer can confirm the precise distance, I made a slow descent toward an old creek bed where the county had built the narrowest bridge imaginable, just long enough to lift tires above winter floods. For 200 yards on either side, drainage ditches yawned wider and deeper than normal. Under that bridge, the creek snaked through a tangle of hardwood and holly before disappearing into a swamp that kept local frogs singing longer than the rest of the county. I knew the spot intimately because I'd fished there with my father since I could cast. There, exactly where the asphalt dipped into the first curve, the fog went from hazy to smothering. One moment I could see tree trunks. The next my vision collapsed to the near shoulder stripe. Instinct kicked. I downshifted to second, eased off the clutch, and felt the rodeo's rear end settle into engine braking. The steering wheel vibrated in my palms like it knew something I didn't. Ahead of me, maybe 40 feet, maybe less. A shape burst from the right shoulder and lunged into my lane so quickly I had no time for conscious thought. My foot slammed both brake and clutch so hard the pedal crushed the sole of my sneaker. The rear tires locked for a second, howled, then found purchase. The engine sputtered as revolutions dropped to stall speed but somehow kept chugging. When the jerk subsided, I sat frozen, palms welded to the wheel, eyes on the creature framed in my high beams. At first it registered as a dog, large, long-bodied, coat so dark it ate every particle of light my halogens offered. But nothing about its silhouette matched a domestic breed. The forequarters were too bulky, shoulders flared in a predatory arch. The hind legs, seen in profile, bent at an angle more acute than any German Shepherd or Rottweiler. The head, too, looked off. Muzzle elongated, ears high and narrow rather than the triangular flop of a lab or hound. I blinked hard, half expecting the picture to resolve into something mundane. It did not. Georgia hosts red wolves and a recovering population of greys, though you rarely see either outside wildlife areas. I'd glimpsed a gray once, for years earlier, and though it had impressed me, even that animal could have walked under the chest of this beast. Its back would have grazed the mirror on most sedans, easily 36 inches at the shoulder. If I'd owned a camera then, I might have tried to measure. Instead, I sat paralyzed by awe and something colder, fear twisting like a wet towel deep in my gut. I'd always thought the phrase "locked eyes" sounded theatrical until that instant. The wolf, for lack of a better term, turned its face toward my windshield. 2 points of reflected moonlight glowed golden across the fog. The eyes met mine as surely as if we stood inches apart, and behind that gaze I sensed a depth, a calculation, that ripped away my bravado. This wasn't the passive, caught-in-headlights glance whitetails give before bolting. I had the uneasy impression this creature had purposely entered my lane, deliberately chosen the precise second my vehicle approached, and now waited, curious, judging. Because I didn't know what else to do, I slid my left hand to the steering column stalk and clicked my brights off, hoping less glare would encourage the animal to move along. The result was immediate and terrifying. The wolf straightened, though straighten may not be the right verb. It rose, vertebra by vertebra, like someone unwinding a spring-loaded steel tape. Its torso lifted until the shoulders squared and the chest thrust forward on what could only be described as hind legs. I thought menacing would involve snarling, teeth bared, hackles bristling. None of that happened. The creature simply loomed, as if to demonstrate a hierarchy I'd never before considered. Vehicles, humans, natural predators, then whatever this was. The windshield framed its shoulder to thigh, but instinct told me the ears might tick 7 feet off the pavement. My logical brain whispered absurdities. Costumed prank, escaped circus animal. Yet my senses rejected them. Those weren't gloves but paws where elongated fingers splayed into hooked nails. That wasn't a mask but living flesh where whiskers twitched. We stayed locked that way for a span I can't clock. 5 seconds, maybe 10, until the laws of motion reasserted themselves. The wolf took one stride toward me, fluid yet cautious, and the hairs on my forearms lifted so sharply the sleeves of my warm-up top rasped the skin. I suppose self-preservation finally snapped. I slammed the shift into first, stomped the accelerator, and popped the clutch. The engine whined, the tires chirped, and the rodeo lurched forward. The beast sprang to one side, barely clearing the fender, then disappeared like smoke into the wall of white air. My heart hammered in my throat. Adrenaline surged fierce enough that my ribs felt bruised. I drove that remaining mile to the house in a state of half-shock. Twice I thought I glimpsed movement flanking the SUV, a streak of black pacing me just beyond the ditch, but I dared not look directly. When the mailbox swung into sight, I yanked the wheel up the gravel drive, rolled under the sodium yard light, and killed the ignition. For 30 full seconds I sat, keys dangling from the ignition, trying to decide whether to step out into that wet hush. The rodeo door clanked. My sneakers slurped mud. I danced sideways, slammed the vehicle lock, and sprinted the 20 feet to our carport, head swiveling, breath puffing visibly. My hand shook so badly it took 3 stabs before the key found the lock. I shouldered inside, threw the deadbolt, then pressed my back to the interior wall, listening for the thump of paws on porch planks. None came. Inside the house, everything felt insultingly normal. My parents had gone to bed hours earlier. Their bedroom door stood cracked so Dad could hear the weather radio if storms rolled in. The kitchen clock ticked. The refrigerator clicked as the compressor cycled. No sign my family sensed any change in the order of the world. I kicked off shoes, padded to my room, locked that door too, though I hadn't done so since childhood. Only then did I notice my t-shirt clung to my back with cold sweat. The HVAC rattled, and somewhere down the hall our cat yawned. Sleep came in fragments. Every time my eyelids sagged, I saw moonlit fur, saw a torso rearranging itself into impossible vertical posture. At dawn I rose, showered, and contemplated telling my father, but the words choked in my throat. The man was pragmatic to a fault. He prevailed over farm emergencies, church committees, car repairs. A werewolf encounter would earn at best a brow-raised headshake and at worst a come-to-Jesus talk about staying off alcohol. I swallowed the story whole and carried it around like a gear grinding against every mundane day. For weeks, nothing unusual happened. My vigilance waned. The holidays passed, January crawled toward exam week, and basketball season resumed. We scored back-to-back wins, hosted senior night, posed for a yearbook photo. When I drove the road at night, I sometimes rolled my window up as I neared that creek. But otherwise I behaved like any 18-year-old with graduation on the horizon. Then February delivered its reminder. The night was crisp, the stars knife-like, the air so still it seemed the world had paused for a drawn breath. The game went long, overtime victory. So everyone lingered, reluctant to surrender that warm gym energy to sub-freezing air. By the time I backed from my parking spot, it was nearly midnight. I just crested a small rise past the halfway mark when, without warning, a scream fractured the hush. I can't describe it sufficiently except to say it carried both human and beast elements. The timbre of a woman's panic shriek coupled with the depth of a stag's roar. It built and fluttered and sharpened into a needle that stabbed through windshield glass to pin me to my seat. My eyes tracked instinctively to the left shoulder. Nothing. To the right. Nothing but a frosted sea. Yet the origin felt immediate, perhaps 200 feet into the thicket where the creek emerges. I didn't think. The rodeo was still in 4th gear. I mashed the accelerator. Gravel spit from under tires when I cut the corner into our lane 8 minutes later. All the while I scanned mirrors, half expecting to glimpse a shadow pacing my tailgate. Nothing manifest, but the sound lodged under my sternum, buzzing like a trapped hornet. That ended my innocence. I took to carrying Dad's old .22 rifle behind the seat. It wouldn't stop anything that tall and muscled, but clutching walnut stock steadied my hands when the night tried to breathe wrong. I never again drove that stretch at more than 30, windows sealed, heater fan whirring louder than radio. I scanned for eye shine so obsessively the dash lights left permanent green halos on my retinas. When spring finally unrolled its chorus of frogs and cicadas, I tried to convince myself the winter had been a trick of hormones and lack of sleep. But then came Graham's phone call, and any hope of simple explanation died. Graham, whom I'd met at a 4-H leadership camp, attended university near Athens but spent many weekends at his girlfriend Clara's family cabin 200 miles northeast, practically in the shadow of the Appalachians. The property sat 3 miles down a ranger-maintained clay road, ringed by mixed hardwood forest, nearest neighbor half a mile further around the lake. No line of sight to other porch lights. No cell service unless you climbed the slope behind the outhouse. He called me that night from a campus dorm, voice taut as stretched baling wire, and said, "I saw something walk on 2 legs that shouldn't walk on 2 legs." As he laid out the sequence, stubborn black dog, impossible size, human-like gait, monotone barking that repeated mechanically. I felt the back of my neck prickle exactly as it had when the wolf loomed in my headlights. He described the weird intelligence, that sense of deliberate performance, as though the creature wanted him to witness its display. He admitted he barely slept, kept the .30-30 lever gun across his chest until sunup, then drove back to campus swearing to skip weekend trips for a while. Weeks later, he broke that vow. Clara convinced him to attend a family reunion, but he reported 2 further incidents. The gaunt coyote sitting on the picnic table like a man-cub in a cartoon, and the night a weighty presence paced their roof, then emitted that same broken siren call from the swamp edge. Clara, usually stoic, refused to leave the cabin porch alone even during daylight after that. They stashed floodlights under eaves and left a radio blaring talk shows, yet the cats would sometimes huddle beneath the couch, hissing at walls long after sunrise. When the family pressed local wardens, officials blamed coyotes suffering from mange. After comparing notes, we sought patterns. Our towns sat on opposite sides of the Piedmont, yet elevation, flora, fauna overlapped. Both locations sat within 10 miles of former Creek and Cherokee trade routes where oral histories mentioned strange night-stalking dogs. We tumbled down internet rabbit holes. Skinwalker myths, Dogman Road encounters, shapeshifter legends spanning Algonquin to Ozark foothills. Details varied. Some eyewitnesses reported hooves, others described reverse-jointed knees. Some felt dread, others felt mesmerized. But 2 consistencies nagged. An uncanny intelligence behind the stare and an unnerving habit of mimicking local wildlife sounds with just enough wrongness to curdle blood. I would have relegated it all to a campfire dossier. Creepy, yes, but not my immediate problem, if not for the final incident, the one that still wakes me nights even 2 decades later. April drizzles had hung around for a week, soaking fields until they reflected dusk like inland seas. That Friday started with a transformer popping near the courthouse, knocking out our county's power grid. The high school generator sputtered, so administration canceled classes. I caught a rain check ride home with a friend's mother, fetched the rodeo from town later, and by 9 p.m. the entire county remained in blackout. Moonless clouds cinched down so tight my headlights merely sculpted tunnels through mist. I idled onto our road, crawling, wary of downed limbs. Halfway down the lane, my beams bounced off a shape hunched beside our trash corral. At first I thought a neighbor's heifer had wandered loose. Then the thing straightened, just as the wolf had months earlier, revealing a chest broad as a rain barrel and forearms knuckling the gravel. Tens of thousands of years of predator-prey wiring detonated inside me. I absolutely knew, this was the same animal, the same intelligence returned. The rodeo still rolled forward a yard or 2 each second. I tried easing the brake, but my foot froze. The creature pivoted. Its muzzle, slick with rain, parted to bare teeth that looked more tool than bone. Under the halogens, each fang caught white flecks of light. I saw no fear in those eyes, only consideration, as though weighing whether to flip this bug-shell vehicle and pick out the sweet meaty center. Pure adrenal desperation hit. My right hand clawed under the seat and found Dad's .22. The rifle was no match for something that size, but the act of grasping stock gave purpose. With a motion that felt outside my body, I shoved open the driver door, leveled the barrel across the hood, and fired once into the mud between its feet. The crack bled away into the soaked night. The creature blinked, not in fright, more like annoyance, then emitted that single machine-precise bark. So close the sound physically vibrated my sinuses. It dropped to all fours and blurred sideways. You would swear the animal teleported, except the ditch water splashed in a perfect arc, bearing witness to raw velocity. Then silence. I'll never forget the moment after that bark, when the ringing in my ears faded and the blackness pressed forward, swallowing every contour beyond the windshield. The yard light, powerless, stayed dark. Inside the rodeo, I rechambered, engaged the clutch, and let the wheels spin until gravel smoked under the rear bumper. When I jerked to a stop beneath the carport, my hands refused to release the rifle. For nearly 20 minutes, I stared at the pine thicket across the front yard, scope still rattling against glass, expecting yellow eyes to hover above the hedge. The county power returned by dawn. When Dad asked about the spent casing he found on the porch steps, I claimed I'd fired at a rabid dog. He shook his head, said .22s were pointless at coyotes, and told me to use the 12 gauge if it returned. I nodded, but inside I knew I'd use nothing, because no caliber I owned matched the scale of what stood in those beams. Years rolled forward. I left for the army, saw mosques and poppy fields and city ruins no human should witness. Came home older in ways that have little to do with birthdays. The world is thick with evil men. I've learned to categorize fear into manageable compartments. Yet in uniform, I never lost sleep like I did after that winter in Georgia. The pure instinctive dread, fight or flight so total it short-circuits your body, has visited me only twice. Once on a highway near my parents' farm and once in a foreign desert when an IED took out a lead Humvee. Both memories taste identical in my mouth. I married, divorced, drifted north. The Midwestern states where I now live hold their own legends. Michigan dogman, Wisconsin hodag, but I've never seen shapes in those forests. Even so, each time I drive south for Christmas, I feel tension gather as I near the state line, like a fishhook snagging cloth. The pines thin, the sandy soil returns, and the night seems to invite that hush again. A space wide enough for something tall to step into. Mom still lives in the same house. She leaves a porch lamp on for me if she knows I'm arriving after dark. On winter visits, I sometimes park at the end of the lane and stare down that stretch where the fog once rose off the creek. If the moon is full, the road reflects silver like a stretched piano wire. When wind rattles sweet gum pods across the asphalt, I catch myself holding breath, waiting for a black mass to materialize between reflectors, head cocked in cruel recognition. It never does, but owls sometimes cut across the lane, and coyotes sing from field edges, and in their normal wild chorus I find relief. I have no proof, no photo, no cast of a footprint. My rifle slug into mud washed away that same night, and I never dared climb the maple the deer skeleton decorated. But I know what I saw. I know the dog-like thing that barked with mechanical precision, that regarded a teenager in an Isuzu with near-human appraisal, was not misidentified wildlife. I've learned since that others, across decades and states, report similar dimensions, similar eyes, similar impossible movements. They call it dogman more often than werewolf. Some claim Native American origin stories. Others lean cryptid. A few insist government experiment. None of those explanations soothe. I'm 40 now. My nephew is a senior at the same high school, proud guard on a team that's doing better than we ever did. When he drives that road after practice, I beg him, half joking, wholly serious, to keep his windows up and go easy on the foggy creek bend. He laughs, promises, then asks why. I shake my head. Some stories, stretched across 20+ years, sound like campfire lies even to the teller. But I still find myself awake at 3 a.m., certain I just heard a precise single bark cut through wind. I push the thought down, yet a theater inside me replays headlight beams, fog folding like sheets, and a shadow taller than any Georgia pine straightening into night as if it belonged to darkness long before my ancestors cleared these fields. Maybe I'll die of old age without seeing such eyes again. Maybe the creature continues its circuit, haunting other isolated lanes, testing reflexes of other late-shift drivers. All I know for certain is that winter of 2001 burned a truth into me as vivid as any mortar illumination. The world remains bigger, older, and less mapped than our asphalt lanes suggest. On a fog-choked Georgia road, beneath a moon blurred by moisture, I watched that truth stand up on two legs, bare its teeth, and decide, at least for the moment, that a terrified 18-year-old boy was not worth the chase. I never planned on spending my best years running errands for people who did not exist on paper. My original idea of a good living was to finish college, find a snug job, and sink into the easy coast life I had known since childhood. Instead, at 23, after a late-night talk with an old friend from high school, I ended up signing the dotted line for the U.S. Naval Reserve. I did it partly for the sign-on bonus, partly because the world beyond my one-stoplight town felt stale, and partly because I liked the idea of belonging to something bigger. 2 weeks later, I was on a bus headed for basic training. Anyone who has been through boot camp knows it is more mind game than hardship. Stand up straight, keep your eyes forward, bark, sir. Yes, sir, at the right octave, and you stay out of trouble. Still, my company's drill instructor made the weeks memorable. Staff Sergeant Robinson, Sarge to us, was the smallest man I had ever seen in uniform, barely 4.5 feet tall. Yet he carried a presence you could feel through concrete walls. In front of officers, he was all razor-sharp lines, booming voice, and barracks-wide discipline. Once we were alone, though military stiffness slid off his shoulders. He would lean against a bunk post, grin up at us, and swap jokes thick with Georgia drawl. It was that tiny man who noticed my knack with a rifle. He called it a falcon's eye and hummingbird hands. I could steady my breathing, ease my finger over the trigger, and place a .308 round on target while others still wrestled with their scopes. To Sarge, I was wasted on desk work. He pushed me toward every advanced marksmanship class the base offered. I thrived. I loved the hush that settles over a firing line right before the spotter whispers wind speed. I loved the idea that patience won more battles than muscle. Sarge's guidance set me on a path that should have led, at most, to a career behind a long-barreled rifle for the Navy. Fate, though, rarely obeys straight lines. During our final week of training, as graduation loomed and assignment papers shuffled from one office to the next, I noticed a man in a dark suit watching us drill. He never spoke, never smiled. He simply folded his arms and observed. At first I thought he was a liaison from some Washington committee. By the third day in a row, same matte black suit, same polished shoes spotless in red Georgia dust, I decided he was something else. Agency. He told me once Sarge marched me into a quiet corner of the administration building. He never named which one. We scout talent where talent shows up. Your shooting scores speak for themselves. His voice was soft, but behind it lay authority. 23-year-olds do foolish things for drama. A covert recruiter, a hidden branch of government that promised bonuses bigger than the Navy could match. How could I say no? My signature went on papers I did not bother to read. I told myself I was about to be James Bond with an American accent. By the time reality hit, the ink was dry. They erased my Navy record. Over several months of new training, they buried me under layers of classified work that made boot camp look like a weekend retreat. I learned languages in snippets, enough to listen, never enough to belong. I practiced driving armored sedans down runways slick with oil, field-stripped rifles while blindfolded, and studied human anatomy not for healing but to keep prisoners conscious until they spoke. They called one class torture methodology. I will skip the details. Somewhere amid the lessons, I signed another set of documents restricting the rest of my life. No public competitions, no professional sports, no televised interviews, no memoirs. Retirement, they said, meant silence. When my cohort of 6 graduated that shadow course, they parceled us out to installations around the country. My first post was a naval air station whose name never appears on highway signs. By map, the compound covered several square miles of dusty coastal land. Regular Navy on the surface with neat barracks, a commissary, a small theater, a golf green for weekend morale. Farther inland, secluded by long empty roads, sat a cluster of hangars without markings. These structures were the color of storm clouds and twice as foreboding. Anyone with a standard clearance badge could roam the main campus. The moment you passed a faded red notice reading restricted area, Level 4, cameras snapped awake and armed patrols shadowed your progress. My quarters belonged to a modern brick dorm not far from the main chow hall. The accommodation would have impressed any civilian. Private room, AC that worked, high-speed connection routed through half a dozen proxies. Despite the comforts, insomnia followed me like a second shadow. After days filled with impossibly precise tasks for people who did not exist, my mind refused off switches. When nightmares failed to arrive, the silence did. I had long ago formed a routine. Late at night, I would slip on boots, holster my 1911.45 ACP, and walk lonely roads until the restlessness eased. At this air station, those roads stretched toward the unmarked hangars. They were perfect for isolation. Past midnight, only occasional floodlights painted cones of pale yellow onto cracked asphalt. The hush out there grew so complete that the scuff of my tread seemed an intrusion. Yet I kept going, telling myself a man who handles black bag operations should not fear a little desert quiet. I took my longest walk in late summer 2007. Air thick with heat, stars blurred behind moisture. Crickets chirped near the residential blocks. The sound tapered away the farther I walked. A crossroads stood about a mile beyond the last row of homes. Turn left for the commissary, right for the medical building, straight for the forgotten end of the base. I went straight. The first sign that night was the twitch between my shoulder blades. Soldiers call it your sixth sense. CIA friends call it the craft. Every veteran operator knows when unseen eyes settle on him. Instinct had saved me more than once on foreign soil, so I listened. Without breaking stride, I slipped the retention strap off my pistol holster. My fingers brushed steel, comforting, heavy. 25 yards ahead, a street lamp hummed. Its circle of light cut a gleaming coin on the road. At the edge of that brightness, something emerged from the dark. It was shaped like a man, only taller by at least 2 feet, and wider in the shoulders than any linebacker. Light outlined a head teardrop smooth, no hair. Skin looked dark, but not like an earthly shade of brown. It was as if the figure absorbed illumination rather than reflected it. Training told my muscle to aim. The .45 rose, sights aligned. A green laser dot quivered on the creature's brow. Trigger slack vanished under my pull and froze. Not jammed, not stiff, frozen. The weight of my finger could not budge metal. My breath sounded loud inside my skull. Across the lamp's halo, the figure cocked its head, curious, then stepped behind the pole as casually as a pedestrian hiding from rain. But the pole was no bigger than my forearm. Nobody could disappear behind it. Yet the shadow creature vanished. 1 heartbeat later, at the sweep of another lamp far ahead, maybe 1,000 yards, it stood again. I moved. The instant I took a step, the entity repeated its glide. 1 sideways drift, merge behind a pole, reappear another ridiculous distance away. It never hurried. It simply waited each time, letting me choose either retreat or pursuit. Each new glimpse offered another fraction of detail. Elongated arms dangled past its knees. Eyes were glossy black, oversized like a nocturnal predator's. Skin, when a sliver caught light, looked gray smooth, almost reflective. My stomach churned with equal parts dread and compulsion. Part of me wanted to rush home and barricade doors. Another part, trained to follow leads, wanted to see where it guided me. I counted 3 more lamp posts. By the 4th, I realized I had left familiar territory and entered the tract of windowless hangars. The creature halted under the next bulb but made no move to vanish. Its outline dwarfed the steel roll-up doors behind it. I raised the pistol again, but my hands shook so hard the muzzle wobbled. That was when twin headlights flared in the distance. A Navy Jeep rolled toward me, dust curling behind its tires. As it neared, the creature slid backward, swallowed by night. The Jeep stopped. A captain leaned out. "Is there a problem, Agent?" he asked. He used the word agent the way civilians say doctor, respectful but wary. I clipped the holster shut, forcing calm. "Couldn't sleep, sir. Thought I saw unauthorized personnel. Must have been one of yours." The captain's jaw tightened. He glanced at his driver, a stone-faced sailor who stared dead ahead, hands glued to the wheel. "Hop in. We'll give you a lift back. You can describe what you saw." I hesitated only a breath. I knew refusing would raise alarms higher than climbing aboard. The captain flicked ash off a cigarette while the Jeep bumped along at base legal speed. He spoke casually about Needles, California, claiming he had once guarded a stretch of desert outside Area 51. In that lonely watchtower, he too had seen a tall silhouette slip behind cactus trunks narrower than a man's chest. Patrols found nothing. His superiors filed reports under unexplained activity, stamped eyes only clearances, and life marched on. He laughed then, though his eyes never warmed. "The tall man shows up out here too. We've clocked him on infrared once or twice. Armless heat signature, then gone. Best you forget you saw anything." The Jeep deposited me at my building. For nights after, insomnia returned, but the roads beyond the barracks felt radioactive. I stayed indoors, reviewing files, counting hours. Each morning I met the sun with relief. 1 week later, orders redirected me. Washington wanted my skill set elsewhere, and relief washed through me like medicine. The morning before departure, I was packing when I woke at 3 o'clock with the sense of ice water poured down my spine. 2 silhouettes filled my door frame. Both wore immaculate black suits, black fedoras, black sunglasses despite the darkness. Their faces were hairless, skin chalk pale, noses narrow. One man stood about 5'10". The other loomed easily 6'5", shoulders wider than a locker door. Neither spoke, yet the silence thrummed, pulsing into my ears like feedback. I tried to reach for the 1911 beneath my mattress. My arm would not move. The tall man's glasses tipped, reflecting a sliver of moonlight from the window. I glimpsed lidless eyes the color of congealed milk. We remained like that for hours. At dawn's first gray hint, both men turned in perfect synchrony and left. I heard no door latch, no boot face on tile, only vanished footfalls. I sprang out of bed, heart battering ribs. The corridor lay empty. The pattern repeated. Each night, the men stood at my threshold. Each dawn, they retreated. I grew to expect them, yet fear never dulled. Eventually, transfers piled up. My assignments bounced from coast to coast. Wherever I slept, motel, barracks, safe house, 2 black-suited watchers appeared. Sometimes they surfaced during day work, glimpsed in a cafe window, lingering at the far end of a grocery aisle, leaning against my rental sedan. Each time I lifted a phone for photo evidence, the footage auto-deleted before sunrise. 3 years of covert tasks ground my nerves raw. I completed missions, crossed borders, executed orders I regret. When whispers in Washington hinted at a final operation that promised no retirement clause, I turned in my resignation. The agency does not accept resignations, but I used leverage only people at my clearance level possess. They let me go with thin smiles. I moved to Texas under a civilian alias, found work with a security contractor guarding oilfield data hubs. Legal, boring, no cloak and dagger. Crowds comforted me. Second Amendment culture comforted me more. Months passed without midnight visitors until one Saturday at a suburban grocery store I saw them again. 2 men in black waited beside my truck, spotless Lincoln idling at the curb. The shorter one stepped forward, handed me a matte business card devoid of text. Without a word, both climbed into the sedan and drove away. Under fluorescent parking lot lights, the card looked blank. At home, I examined it under a blacklight pen. A single line glowed. Consulting services. Call when ready. I burned the card over the sink. Since that afternoon, no suits have appeared outside the house. No tall man has beckoned under street lamps. Yet I catch reflections sometimes, on a dark highway, in a mirrored storefront, and a shape flits behind me. Too tall, too smooth, swallowed by shadow in the time it takes to blink. On those nights, sleep feels fragile. I lock doors, load magazines, remind myself normal life is possible, and wonder if the next knock will be my invitation back to corridors where silence is enforced forever. We spent the first 3 days after the wedding exactly the way any tight-knit coastal family would want. Sharing long breakfasts in the gray-blue light that pours through a Cape-style kitchen, ferrying carloads of cousins to and from our favorite stretch of Washington shoreline, building driftwood forts at mid-tide, and laughing at the salty wind that snaps towels off clotheslines faster than you can pin them. The wedding itself had unfolded in an old cedar chapel near Port Townsend, all soft candlelight and fiddle music, but it was the lazy lull that followed, a hush of easy errands and warm sand, that really stitched us closer together. You see, our Nevada relatives rarely set foot where fir trees lean over gunmetal seas, so my sister and I decided we would wring every last minute of their visit for the sort of memories you turn over decades later like prized sea glass. On that third afternoon, the sky was pale, nearly cloudless, and the sun clung to the horizon as though reluctant to leave. We piled wetsuits, paddleboards, and a half-melted cooler of watermelon into 2 SUVs and drove out toward the coast, the convoy humming along narrow roads that smelled of kelp and diesel. Once we parked at the beach access we knew by heart, an old logging road that dwindled into soft ruts. We let the day sprawl forward without schedules. Some of us carried paddleboards through low surf where seals poked whiskered heads above the swell. Others threw handlines off basalt boulders, hoping to tease rockfish from crevices. The smallest cousins poached pockets of warm water left behind by the ebbing tide to stage splash wars, shrieking each time a wave flipped their plastic buckets. Everywhere you turned, someone shouted a joke across the dune grass or offered another wedge of watermelon, sticky juice running down wrists. Even now, replaying that last bright hour. I can summon the briny perfume of seaweed drying on stones and the distant clang of halyards against aluminium masts in the marina. When the sun finally eased below the Olympic ridgeline, it left a bronze glaze across calm water, and it was then, giddy with that sleepy after-salt fatigue, that my Aunt Kay made her impulsive suggestion. We had just finished dragging boards onto the flatbed when she lifted a hand, pointing inland toward a fluted bluff half hidden behind Sitka spruce. "Let's show the Nevadians the old artillery fort," she said, speaking as though we might stroll to a candy shop rather than to a crumb of military history built into the hillside. The younger cousins perked up instantly. The older ones, including me, exchanged smaller glances. We knew the battery fairly well, knew its curling corridors, spillways choked with nettle, and the weird hush that settled over its echoing interior. Yet Aunt Kay's enthusiasm was contagious. Within minutes, the whole group agreed, repacked the vehicles, and drove a couple of miles inland until the road narrowed, fenced on one side by ferns slick with evening dew and on the other by a slope of ocean-polished stones. The battery sat shaped like a letter C pressed sideways into earth, its concrete shell stained olive by decades of wet seasons. On either arm of the sea, stubby rooms opened onto rusted mounts where long-gone guns had once pointed to sea. Between them stretched a central corridor so wide a pickup could idle inside and so dark that your pupils never quite adjusted. Above the bunker, someone decades earlier had poured a grassy top so level it looked like an immaculate lawn at dusk, except the edges crumbled into sheer drops over doorless gun nests. In daylight, you might see dog walkers crossing that brow or frisbees sailing in gentle arcs. At sundown, the place changed character. Every whistle of wind along those halls turned into voices. Every swallow chirping in the eaves could trick you into thinking soldiers still haunted the place. We parked beside a chain-link gate whose long rusted padlock rarely latched. The adults shepherded the youngest cousins into a tidy cluster and handed out little LED key tag lights, tiny blue glows jittering in small palms, while teens spread across the courtyard like volunteers preparing a haunted house. Aunt Kay, always the spark plug, announced she would lead us up the service ramp to the roof so the kids could admire sunset colors. Some followed at once. My sister trotted close to our Nevada cousin Jamie, dragging their shared phone speaker behind them as it chirped early 2000s pop. I found myself loitering near the bunker mouth, listening to swallows swoop overhead. I had visited Fort Wardens and Fort Casey more times than I could count, but this smaller nameless outpost felt different. Not menacing, just unsentimental, an artifact that would survive long after we were dust. While everyone shuffled up the ramp on the left wing of the sea, I hung back with the idea of cutting over the grass from the opposite side and meeting them midway, more of a private detour than a rebellion. The slope was gentle, the grass soft from Pacific drizzle. I reached the crest alone. Ahead, a modest football field of smooth turf stretched until it met a ragged timberline where cedars nodded into darkness. Our group had vanished along the ramp's far side. Only their distant chatter floated upward, diluted by breeze. Up there, I inhaled fully for the first time since leaving the beach. Iodine, clover, damp soil. I set off across the roof, the plan simple, following the grass edge around the ring until the two paths met. Halfway along that circumference, I slowed. Something felt off. The hush deepened in a way that pinned my breath. It wasn't simply quiet. Beaches can be quiet the moment surf lulls, but rather the absence of anything living. Every swallow that had zipped overhead earlier seemed to have dissolved. No gulls circled. Even the chorus of insects that usually swells from the salal thickets had muted, as though someone lowered a fader on the whole hillside soundtrack. My heart responded before thought, thudding so loud inside my jacket I could feel it against my ribs. Folk wisdom says your body recognizes danger faster than your mind does. I have never experienced that truth more plainly. I pressed 2 fingers to my carotid. Pulse hammered. I turned in a slow circle, scanning both tree line and brute concrete parapets. At first I saw only twilight draping branches. Then, at the sharp threshold where manicured grass surrendered to tangled wood, the shape of a deer solidified. A coastal black-tailed, I assumed, a common species that will watch hikers with mild curiosity. Relief loosened the knot behind my sternum. Yet the dread persisted, heavier than the scenario warranted. I squinted. Something about that deer refused to align with memory. Its posture was rigid, closer to a pointer dog than a browsing ungulate. Then I saw the eyes, glossy, forward-facing, rimmed by a ring of shadow as though recessed into the skull. Deer, of course, carry their eyes to the side of their heads to survey for predators. Predators wear eyes like ours, direct, binocular. The realization made my tongue go sand dry. I shifted 1 foot backward. The deer's neck swiveled. No, swivel hardly conveys it. Vertebrae chain in normal creatures limits rotation. Yet this thing's head arced a full semicircle, chin sweeping the air until the snout pointed skyward, then completing the rotation toward its flank. No animal outside nightmares moves like that. My breath snagged so hard pain blossomed across my chest. I remembered, absurdly, an episode of some nature show parody where the protagonist survived magpie attacks by maintaining line of sight, and an illogical thought crystallized. Do not break eye contact. Do not let it out of sight. As though my stare alone tethered it to the edge of the wood. I began to edge backward. The grass felt cool, almost wet. Each step measured, eyes locked onto that unnatural gaze. My brain repeated instructions like a drill sergeant. Reach the ramp, keep watching, then run. I must have looked like a mime practicing slow-motion retreat. The deer, or whatever borrowed that shape, remained absolutely still, head still canted at a grotesque angle, eyes boring into mine. When the ramp slope flicked into my peripheral vision, I snapped. Adrenaline took the reins. I spun on my heel and sprinted. Across turf, onto gravel. The soles of my thin canvas shoes slapped like water. Behind me no hoofbeats thundered. No branch snapped. Yet terror roared louder than any sound. The path poured downward. I leapt the final 3 steps. In seconds the courtyard opened, lit by the last umber smear of sky and the aluminium glow from our car's roof lights. I ran straight toward the cluster of adults, legs teetering between flight and collapse. My mother and Aunt Kay turned first, startled by my wild entrance. "Pepe, are you hurt?" Mum asked, stepping forward. I answered in fragments, voice breaking, recounting eyes, spinning neck. "Hush, something wrong." At terrible forward-facing eyes. Her face drained. Aunt Kay frowned, half doubt, half fear. My sister came off the bunker ramp, still laughing from some inside joke until she saw my posture. Shoulders knotted, hands trembling. She snapped to attention. The kids sensed something and herded behind cooler boxes. Then Aunt B, who devours paranormal forums the way some people devour television, sighed with theatrical dread. "Fleshgate," she whispered, using the internet slang describing mimic creatures that don't imitate clothing or posture correctly. Aunt C shook her head and muttered about the not deer phenomenon. The idea that certain entities approximate deer forms but slip in monstrous details. Eyes, joints, smiles. Their hushed debate might have felt comical if my lungs weren't still dragging for air. My father, a stone realist who had likely chased away the occasional bear while camping, marched me to the SUV. "Probably an injured buck," he said gently, though his glance toward the hilltop lingered. Twisted necks make animals act strange. Still, he began shepherding everyone to vehicles sooner than planned. No lingering esmores tonight. Gear thrown in haphazardly, seatbelts yanked. As our convoy rolled out through the park gate, my gaze locked to the bunker ridge until view vanished behind spruces. I half expected a silhouette to appear against the opaline sky, some elongated cervid body watching our departure. Nothing surfaced. Even so, tension persisted all the way home. That night, recounting details over hot chocolate, my mother tried to lighten the mood. "Maybe the poor thing was sick," she offered. Aunt B countered with a story of crawlers, pale striding things near mythic caves. Aunt C insisted not deer roam liminal forest corridors across North America. I said little. I kept seeing its neck slowly revolve, the shine of eyes not quite animal. I slept poorly. Every creak of our beach cottage resembled hooves on porch planks. Dreams parsed warped biology. Spines rubberized, elbows bending wrong. Dawn eventually arrived, seagulls calling like rusty hinges. In sunlight the terror cooled. but did not vanish. Since then, each discussion leads to the same question. What did I truly see? If it was a predator disguised as prey, what instinct compelled it to freeze when I stared? Why didn't it charge when I turned? I replay seconds over and over. The hush of swallows gone, the drop in ambient sound, the unnatural posture. Were those clues of territory or trap? Whether not deer, skinwalker, or some local omen previously unknown along the Washington coast, I accepted one truth. The world still shelters corners where things older than folklore test our boundaries. And although I may revisit that artillery fort in daylight, I will never again wander its roof alone at dusk, nor dismiss the chill that climbs the spine before reason finds cause. I am going to tell this exactly the way the memories crowd my head whenever I lie awake at night. Slowly at first, like a trickle of half-forgotten details, then all at once until I am back inside the fear and the sweat and the pounding in my ears. Everything began about a year and a half ago, when my family was still renting the little place we now call the old house. It has since been condemned for reasons the landlord never explained to us. Something about structural faults that were no one's responsibility. Long before the city inspector slapped red tape across its doors, my brother and I had already started thinking of it as cursed, though we never dared say it aloud in front of Mom. The lot backed onto a tangled band of bamboo. From a distance, that patch looked like the edge of some tropical garden, but inside it was darker than most forests I have hunted, full of hollow stalks that scraped one another whenever the wind changed. We called it the woods or the brush, though it was really a strip only 40 yards wide. Beyond it lay a vacant acreage and then the main road out of town. Nothing wild enough, you would think, to hide predators. The very first sign that something was wrong came from our cheap knockoff doorbell camera. Mom bought it online because she felt safer seeing who stepped onto our deck in the evenings. The video quality was awful, but once in a while, if the porch light happened to be on, the camera caught scraps of movement out in the backyard. One night, it showed a dog nosing around the garbage can we kept beside the bamboo. Only it did not look like any dog I recognized. The head was too slim, the muzzle too long, and even in the grainy footage the joints bent at angles that made my stomach clench. Mom saved the clip, but after a few weeks, maybe to stop herself worrying, she erased it. Around the same time, the noises started. They came at odd hours. 10 p.m., midnight, once at 3 in the morning. I would be lying on my bed counting shadows when a rasping croak drifted through my open window. It sounded half animal, half machine, like a deer coughing, if deer had metal throats. At first I chalked it up to barn owls or raccoons fighting, but I have stalked plenty of local game with my Daisy Powerline 880. Nothing I have hunted makes that noise. Whenever the croaks rose out of the bamboo, my younger brother and I armed ourselves for dog-walking duty, even though our weapons were little more than BB rifles. We would lead Finnegan, our goat-looking mutt, around the yard for his late bathroom break. Finnegan had always been stubbornly aggressive toward squirrels, cats, mailmen, anything that moved, really, so I braced for the moment he would lunge into the brush. Instead, he did the opposite. He tucked his tail, whined, and pulled toward the porch steps. That was when I knew the thing behind the bamboo was not any animal Finnegan understood. The next incident happened at 4 o'clock one February morning. I was wide awake, scrolling through videos, when a scream ripped across the neighborhood. It lasted only a second, but in that second it echoed off every wall until the street seemed to vibrate. It was pitched like a woman's voice, yet so distorted it felt inhuman, as if you played somebody's terror through a warped radio speaker. Houses went dark, porch lights flicked on, then silence. I told myself the scream was a fox. Mom accepted that explanation, though foxes have never been common where we live. My brother accepted nothing. Next evening, when we took Finnegan outside, he insisted we keep our BB guns loaded. I had just enough daylight to shoot at a few cans. Then dusk swallowed the yard. Finnegan finished his circle faster than usual, and we turned toward the house. At the kitchen door, I remembered I had not cleared my rifle. The bolt in a Daisy is magnetic. To pull the BB out you need fingernails, and mine were chewed to nubs. So I did what I have always done after small game practice. Crack the action, shoulder the gun, aim into the bamboo, and squeeze the trigger. The second the BB left the barrel, something deep inside that patch shrieked. It was not the fox scream. It was harsher, a jagged roar that rattled my spine. Without thinking, I dashed inside, grabbed my mother's pistol, a Beretta PX-4 Storm subcompact in .40 S&W, the one I had just fitted with a laser sight a week earlier, and yanked the slide back to chamber around. Mom was out on a date. She answered her phone in the middle of a restaurant. I tried to explain what I had heard, but she laughed, told me maybe I had shot a possum, and hung up before I could convince her this was no possum. My brother and I crouched in the hallway, rifles across our knees, knives unsheathed. The pistol felt ice cold in my hand. The sage bundle I lit with my other hand sputtered and filled the hall with bitter smoke. We waited for glass to break or claws to rake the siding, yet nothing advanced farther than the shadowed yard. Through the sliding glass door I glimpsed movement, a silhouette slipping back among the bamboo stems, but the porch light failed to reveal details. By the time Mom came home, we were huddled in a corner like survivors of a storm. After that night, the landlord served an eviction notice. Faulty wiring, he claimed, or water damage under the floors. So we had no choice but to pack. While loading boxes, I kept one ear tuned to that bamboo. Each breeze set the stalks clacking, and every clack sounded too deliberate. On one of our last evenings, Finnegan refused to leave the porch. Dolly, our new German Shepherd puppy, darted toward the brush barking, but she would not cross the lawn's edge. 3 days before we had to vacate, I took Dolly out alone. The sun had dipped. The bamboo corridor bristled in half-light. I was stepping beside the trash cans when something whispered my name. Came from the green darkness. I nearly dropped the leash. The voice was mine, yet not mine, thin and crackling, as though muttered through a broken walkie-talkie. Dolly whined. I yanked her back to the porch, bolted the door, and slept with the Beretta under my pillow. Within the week, we piled into Mom's car and drove to her cousin's cabin in the countryside until we could arrange a new rental. I packed my BB rifle, partly for rabbits, partly for reassurance. The cousin's land was pretty. Gentle hills, a fringe of cedars, a shallow stream cutting a wide clearing. On our second afternoon, my brother and I decided to scout beyond the tree line. We stepped into the cedars, and the world switched off. Birds stopped singing, insects stopped buzzing, wind stopped moving. Even my tinnitus, which normally rings steady in quiet places, faded until my head felt blank. Every instinct screamed, "Turn back." We retreated to the cabin without firing a shot and told each other the silence was nothing. Our final night there, I could not sleep. Sometime after midnight, I stood at the small kitchen window sipping water when I noticed a figure across the stream. The moon was half full, enough to silver the clearing. What I saw was upright, broad-shouldered, wrapped in patchy brown-black fur, and it was facing the water with its back to me. In height, it matched a tall man, yet its posture was too forward, as if its hips were hinged differently. I did not wake my brother. Instead, I sank to my knees behind the counter and prayed, hissing pleas to every god or goddess anyone had ever taught me, though I have never been religious. When dawn finally pried light through the window, the bank was empty. I walked out to where the figure had stood and found only indentations in the mud, more like hooves than feet. Mom hurried us into town at first light. We signed the lease on an apartment near a golf course. By January, we were hauling our lives into a second-floor unit overlooking manicured greens and an artificial pond. My back ached for days. To cheer myself, I unpacked my Christmas presents: a pair of entry-level night vision goggles and an airsoft AK-12 my uncle found online. Mom bought her own rifle, a Savage Axis 2 chambered in .350 Legend, and stashed it in the bedroom closet, claiming she would learn to hunt deer next season. Once settled, my brother and I resumed evening walks, though now the route circled the empty golf course. The grounds crew irrigated nightly, creating wide puddles where footprints showed crisp. Early in February, we spotted an odd track looping across damp sand. It looked partly canine, partly cloven, as if a heavy wolf had grown a second set of toes. We sprinted home, discussed possibilities for days, decided maybe it was a prank. 3 weeks ago, curiosity beat caution. We staged what we called a night op, strapping on the NV goggles, pocketing airsoft sidearms, pulling hoodies low over our faces. We crossed the parking lot, hopped the low fence, and padded onto the 10th fairway. Again we found the prints, bigger this time, fresh enough to pool with water where the grass still dripped. Near the pond the air warmed, as though some engine hummed below the surface. We could not shake the feeling we were being watched. When my brother whispered, "Go," we bolted for the apartment. In the video I shot, you can hear a second set of footsteps behind ours, then abruptly nothing. For nights ago, we broke our vow and returned to the course. Management had posted new signs. Members only beyond this point. Ignoring them, we ducked through hedges until we stood under a dead floodlight at the edge of the 8th hole. We wore nicer clothes to pass as members, collared shirts, khaki shorts. I slipped my airsoft Walther PPK into a small sling bag, 8 plastic BBs in the mag, safety off. My brother carried a 7-iron, I carried a 9-iron. We brought tees and balls as props. Across the green, no golfers. Perfect. It did not stay perfect. Near a patch of cattails at the water's edge, something darted onto the fairway. At first glance, it resembled a deer, but the hindquarters were too slim and the tail too brushy, more like a fox's plume. The creature hesitated, ears flicking, then bounded behind a cypress and vanished. My brother kept jogging, pretending not to notice. My hand found the Walther's grip inside the bag. We rounded the next bunker and there it stood again, closer, staring. Moonlight struck its eyes. Brilliant, lamp-like, tinted a wolfish yellow. We slowed, forced ourselves to chat about club fees, forced ourselves to laugh. My brother pulled out his phone, tapped a nonsense text, showed me the screen. Not a deer. Move. We angled toward the clubhouse lights. Behind us, the creature melted into shadow. We reached the sidewalk and blended with a pair of actual golfers trudging to their cars. Only when we crossed the property line did we allow ourselves to sprint. Home safe, door locked, BB guns leaning by the couch, we sat breathing tidal waves of relief. Now I replay everything each time the apartment grows quiet. I see the first grainy dog shape behind the bamboo. I hear the cough that is too metallic for any fox. I smell sage and gun oil and feel the Beretta's polymer frame slick with sweat. I can still taste the panic that rushed up my throat when the thing whispered my name. I remind myself I am 15. Not a kid anymore, but not grown either. And that the next time it steps from trees or rushes from cattails, I will not meet it with plastic BBs. The Savage .350 legend lies locked in the bedroom, zeroed at 50 yards, ready to punch a half-inch hole through bone. My newfound friend, a girl who understands trauma because she carries her own, calls these memories unresolved loops. She says talking helps close them. She says we are stronger when we drag nightmares into daylight. Maybe she is right. I cherish every conversation with her. Life feels sharper, brighter, worth protecting. Yet some nights, when wind pulls at the apartment eaves, something inside my memory jolts awake. I picture bamboo stalks shivering, a half-man shadow slipping among them, a voice that scrapes like static, a drawn-out imitation of my name, asking me to step closer. I picture a deer-fox hybrid lowering its muzzle, staring with wolf eyes, calculating how fast I can run. And I wonder if these echoes follow us from property to property because they belong not to one field or one patch of brush, but to us, to my brother and me, to anyone who ever heard that first inhuman scream. If the thing returns, I will answer with more than sage smoke and plastic pellets. I will answer with bright brass and gunpowder. Perhaps that is bravado. Perhaps bullets cannot kill what crawls between woods and nightmares. But fear must meet resolve or fear wins. For now, I clean the Savage, practice at the range, study the trajectory charts. I watch corners, avoid the golf course, and keep my friend's number close in case the memories threaten to drown me again. That is the whole truth as I can shape it. How a condemned house, a strip of bamboo, and a string of nights etched themselves into me. If you ever cross our town and hear a woman's voice echo from the brush, distorted as though played on broken speakers, do not answer. If you see hoof dog tracks spiraling across wet sand, turn around. And if you must walk under moonlight, carry more than courage. Carry what can buy you time to reach sunrise. I woke at dawn to find my father already crouched by the embers, stove kettle rattling above a fresh flame. Steam spiraled from enamel mugs. Early sunlight lanced through mist above the lake, silvering every spider thread. I stepped from the tent into that hush and felt something shift inside me. An admission that yes, this trip might actually heal the distance between us. We spent the morning hiking north into a valley rumored to harbor deer herds. Dad had drawn an off-season tag, archery only, more for population control than sport, and wanted to test his new recurve bow. I carried binoculars and camera. The trail wound through groves where birch bark hung in parchment strips and wind sighed high in the spruce crowns. After 2 miles, we reached a meadow carpeted with fresh grass. 5 deer grazed at the far edge, quick tails flicking flies. We hunkered behind boulders to watch them. When they drifted closer, we could see their ribs beneath sleek coats. Winter had been hard on them. Dad nocked an arrow, exhaled slowly, and released. The arrow struck truer than I expected. 1 deer dropped cleanly. A quick field dress followed. By midday, we had meat for dinner wrapped in cheesecloth and stowed in Dad's pack. We left the meadow, retracing our route through forest that felt somehow wider, more accepting. Only later, hiking the last half-mile to camp, did my father remark on the quiet. Birds should be raucous at this hour, not a peep. Odd, eh. He shrugged and continued onward. I tried to shake the unease building in my gut. In the daylight, among budding tree limbs, it was easy to tell myself we were simply city folk unaccustomed to wilderness rhythms. Camp greeted us unchanged. We set the venison to marinate in salt water, then dozed in the mild sunshine. I sketched a view of the ridgeline in my notebook while Dad repaired a loose tip on one of the rods. By evening, the forest still hadn't found its voice. A solitary raven croaked once, winging overhead. Otherwise, nothing. We cooked the venison over a fresh fire, searing slices on a cast-iron skillet until edges crisped. The meat tasted wild and clean, flavored with wood smoke. Dad reminisced about skipping high school classes to fish a creek behind his friend's farm. I countered with a story of sneaking off campus junior year for diner pancakes. We laughed more easily than we had in months. Night fell. We banked the fire, zipped sleeping bags, and surrendered to sleep. Asterisk operator, asterisk operator, asterisk operator. I woke to darkness like ink. My first thought was of an owl because I'd heard a faint scuff outside the tent. A rustle, maybe wings grazing nylon. But as my eyes opened fully, I realized the sound repeated with a deliberate cadence. Step, step, crunch of dry twig, pause. Something walked upright, not the erratic scuttle of raccoon or hare. It circled slowly, as though inspecting every stake line and guy rope. I rolled onto my side and saw pale moonlight spill through the tent fabric. Dad lay on his back, but his eyes glimmered open. He lifted a finger to his lips, slid silently from his bag, and retrieved the rifle we kept stowed along the floor seam. Even this early in spring bear country rules made precaution wise. I reached for my own .22, heart stuttering. The footfalls halted at the far corner of the tent. Silence. I held my breath. The smell that drifted in then was wrong. A stench of wet fur, coppery blood, and something rank like rotting leaves. Nylon rippled. Claws? I mouthed the word. Dad motioned toward the flap. He eased the zipper down 3 inches, stopped, listened. The night beyond appeared so black I could almost feel it pressing against the opening. Another footstep, this time closer to the lake. My father unzipped the door in one swift motion, ducked out, and rose into a crouch, rifle ready. I followed. Moonlit clearing, tents behind us, lake glimmering silver. At first nothing moved. Then, at tree lean, a mass of fur rippled. Huge shoulders, matted patches where hide looked torn or diseased. It stood angled away, rummaging through low brush. I whispered, "Bear!" My father shook his head. Too tall. The creature lumbered sideways. Moonlight traced its outline. Hindquarters elongated, forelimbs absurdly muscled. Patches of hide were missing entirely, exposing raw skin. When it turned its head, light caught eye shine. Red at the core, ringed by amber. I had seen wolves in documentaries, in zoo enclosures. This was no wolf. It was as if someone had built a wolf from distorted memory. Larger, more human somehow, each proportion off by just enough to feel nightmarish. My muscles locked. My father raised the rifle. He fired once, the shockwave slamming my eardrums. The creature reared on hind legs. Its head almost brushed a low pine bough 8 feet above ground. It tipped back muzzle and loosed a howl that shredded the quiet. The sound carried the timbre of iron scraping slate, layered with something like a man screaming through a metal pipe. Time fractured. Dad grabbed my arm with astonishing force, half dragged me toward the truck. I stumbled, boots skidding on pine needles. Behind us, branches snapped as the creature charged. I glanced over my shoulder. Its silhouette lunged across the moonlit clearing, arms swinging in strides too fluid for a beast yet too savage for a man. The rifle lay forgotten near the fire ring. We barreled into the truck cab, doors slamming. Dad jabbed keys into ignition, floored the accelerator. Tires spun in soft earth, grabbed, flung gravel. Headlights carved the track toward the meadow. A thump against the rear quarter panel jolted the chassis. Something skittered across metal, claws? Another impact dented the tailgate. The truck fishtailed. Dad wrestled the steering wheel, teeth gritted. I braced against the dash, seeing in the side mirror a tall shape sprinting behind us on 2 legs, then dropping to all 4s, then rising again, its speed obscene. We burst from the forest onto the logging road. The creature faltered at tree line, retreated into shadow. A final hurled stone clanged off the truck roof, landing in the bed with a crash that left a crater in the spare fuel can. Then we were alone with the night and the hum of tires. We didn't stop until we reached a motel 30 miles away. The clerk eyed our mud-spattered clothes and my father's trembling hands. He slid over a key without comment. Inside the room, Dad bolted the door, sagged onto one of the twin beds, and stared at his palms as if expecting claw marks to bloom. Neither of us spoke. Dawn seeped through drapes before exhaustion overtook. When we returned mid-morning, the clearing felt smaller, stripped. The tent lay shredded, poles snapped. The cooler hung from its rope, but every latch had been gnawed open. Packages of oatmeal were torn apart, coffee grounds scattered like dark confetti. The fillet knife we'd used on trout lay twisted, blade chipped. Strangely, our sleeping bags were untouched, neatly rolled inside the tent's mangled shell. We salvaged what we could, packed in silence. Each glance toward the tree-line made my stomach clutch. Every gust of wind sounded like footfalls. It was only when we had loaded the truck and buckled seatbelts that my father spoke. "Whatever we saw, son, it wasn't natural, but it was real." I nodded. Words stuck like fishhooks in my throat. I thought about the way Mom had hugged us goodbye, about how I'd promised I'd bring home pictures of big fish. I thought about the arguments Dad and I had let fester. In that truck cab, with the odor of pine sap and raw fear still clinging to our clothes, those quarrels seemed impossibly small. Halfway home, Dad cleared his throat. "I'm sorry," he said. "It was not for anything specific. It was for all the mornings when we'd muttered past each other, for every slammed door." I murmured the same apology back. We drove the rest of the way with windows open, spring air rushing in, saying little yet feeling something mend in the quiet between us. We never told Mom every detail. We said the campsite had been overrun by raccoons. We joked that our borrowed tent must have looked like an all-night diner to critters. She shook her head, half amused, half reproachful, but she didn't press. She saw the change in us. The way I lingered at the dinner table to hear Dad's stories. The way he tilted his head when I spoke as if each sentence deserved space. Months later, a local paper ran a short piece about remote area closures near the same state forest. Due to reports of aggressive wildlife, trails 6B through 12A will remain closed until further notice. Dad clipped the article, folded it, and shoved it in his wallet behind photos of trout and birthday cards. We agreed, without speaking, that memories inside that line of trees could stay there. Yet on calm nights, when wind in the maple beside my bedroom window keens just right, I sometimes hear an echo of that howl. Iron on slate, layered with a man's scream. I lie still and remember moonlight on raw skin, the hot smell of gunpowder, my father's hand gripping my arm. I remember how terror stripped every resentment away, leaving only the bond beneath. I don't know if I'll ever camp again in a place untouched by human sound. Part of me longs for that wilderness. Part of me suspects some wildness is best respected from a distance. My father and I still fish together, but we do it close to home now. Lazy rivers where houses peek through cottonwoods, ponds where neighbor kids ride bikes to the dock. We tell ourselves there are big fish here too. Most days that is enough. But every once in a while we fall silent at the same moment, as if both hearing a memory moving unseen through dark spruce. And when that happens, we share a brief, haunted smile, grateful and uneasy, remembering the night a nightmare stepped from the tree-line and chased us into something like forgiveness. I moved into my grandmother's old place on the very first weekend of the new year. Until that day, I had been renting a cramped apartment on the noisy side of town, the kind of building where you can hear every argument through the paper-thin walls. The lease was finally up. My grandmother, who now lives with my aunt across the state, offered me her house for a modest rent so the family could keep it occupied and well-loved. The arrangement sounded perfect. A quiet neighborhood, enough space for me and my two Rottweilers, Mary and Elka, and most of all, a touch of family history I'd always missed while living in generic apartments. The house itself is a single-story ranch built back in the late 1960s. It has 3 bedrooms, 1 full bath, a bright kitchen that faces the morning sun, and a cozy living room with a brick hearth and a black cast iron wood stove. The property also hides several less glamorous spaces. A crawl space that runs beneath most of the floor plan, an unfinished attic with old cedar beams, and a narrow storage closet wedged behind the hallway linen cabinets. Along the back of the lot stretches a fenced yard big enough for the dogs to sprint in wide circles until their tongues loll out like cartoon characters. For anyone who has never spent time around Rotties, forget the old stereotypes. Mary, the older of the pair, is so shy she sidles behind my legs each time a stranger appears at the gate. Elka, younger by 18 months, greets everything from grasshoppers to garbage collectors with tail-thumping enthusiasm. The two are inseparable. When one gets nervous, the other nudges in to reassure her with gentle headbutts or playful growls. I love them more than I love most people, if I'm being honest. The first 2 weeks in the house felt like a late holiday present. I painted the spare bedroom a soft sage green to use as a studio. I hauled in my grandmother's cedar blanket chest, which still smelled faintly of lilacs, and filled it with my winter sweaters. Each afternoon I walked the perimeter of the yard, checking boards and posts, until I was sure no gap was large enough for the dogs' curious noses. At night I brewed tea, stirred the flames in the wood stove, and streamed Netflix in bed while the girls sprawled at my feet. The trouble began on an ordinary midweek night, either a Wednesday or Thursday. I can't remember which now, though I've replayed every other detail 100 times. The clock on my phone glowed 10:53 p.m. I had promised myself I would turn out the lamp at 10, but temptation won. Just one more episode of Brooklyn Nine-Nine, I thought. Everyone binge watches. Everyone slips past bedtime. That's what on-demand entertainment is made for. I was 3/4 through the episode when I first heard it. A faint scratching under the laugh track, soft enough that I paused the show to make sure it wasn't part of the soundtrack. With the audio silenced, the sound grew clearer, something clawing wood from beneath the floorboards, as though a raccoon or stray cat had tunneled below the house and was now testing every inch of subfloor. I listened, cocking my head in the hush. The scratching was rhythmic. Scrape, 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 pause, scrape, scrape, scrape. Mostly I felt annoyed. An animal in the crawl space was the last thing I needed while I was still unpacking boxes. Still, curiosity outweighed common sense. I slid out of bed, stepped over Mary and Elka, who slept on, blissfully unaware, and padded down the hallway to investigate. The dogs usually notice even a neighbor's mailbox closing, but tonight they didn't stir. Maybe the deep winter air had exhausted them. Maybe they sensed what I didn't yet. The noise grew louder as I entered the living room. It seemed to originate near the northeast corner where the plank floors formed a right angle against the exterior wall. I stood listening a moment longer, then lifted my foot and stomped once, hard, on the spot. Silence. The scratching ceased as though a switch had flipped. I waited 10 seconds, then 20. Nothing. Slightly proud of my problem solving, I turned to leave. That's when a sound I can only describe as a wet growl rose from the same corner. Imagine the deep rumble of a dog whose muzzle is submerged in a bucket of water. Muffled, gurgling, and somehow feminine, as though the creature's throat was shaped wrong for barking yet insisted on trying. The growl lasted 2 or 3 seconds, then faded into the house's natural creaks. For the first time that evening, a prickle of unease brushed my skin. I could not recall any local animal making a noise like that. Still, I shrugged it off. A possum, maybe, or a large rat tangled in insulation. I returned to my room, switched off the lamp, and drifted into uneasy sleep. Nothing else disturbed me until 2 nights ago, at least nothing I noticed. If small creaks came from the floor, I chalked them up to settling lumber and forced air vents. I focused on work, on painting, on settling the last of my grandmother's dishes into the china hutch. Then came Saturday evening. Devin, an old friend from my college days, drove over with Chinese takeout and a plan for a movie marathon. Devin is the kind of person who treats every gathering like a holiday. He shows up with dessert, backup dessert, and a playlist. We set our laptops beside each other on the coffee table so we could stream Red Notice simultaneously. He swears jokes land better when you watch on separate screens yet share the room. At precisely 11 o'clock, again that number 11, scratching began beneath the living room floorboards. Devin paused the movie. The silence magnified the scrape until it felt like claws on my own ribs. I told him about the earlier episode. He proposed a simpler explanation. A stray raccoon nesting under the house for winter. "Let me crawl down and shoo it," he said. I refused twice. Devin insisted twice more. Watching him argue made me remember how, in college, he had a habit of volunteering for messy tasks no one else wanted. Cleaning the communal bathroom, retrieving a classmate's phone that fell behind a vending machine. It was his way of saying he cared. Fine, I relented, but he had to bring a flashlight and my grandfather's old .22 pistol we kept for coyotes. Devin rolled his eyes. He's not a gun enthusiast, but agreed. We exited through the kitchen door. The sensor light flicked on, illuminating the side yard. Frost-silvered grass, the crawlspace hatch, and the quiet forms of Mary and Elka watching from the porch. Devin knelt, unlocked the wooden hatch, and lifted the panel. Cold air breathed from the darkness, carrying the odor of damp soil and something musty. Old leaves maybe, or mold bearding the cinder blocks. He shone the flashlight inward, revealing joists and dangling wires. Then he lowered himself, elbows and knees scraping. In seconds, the beam disappeared into blackness. I stood above, balanced between the urge to call him back and the fear of sounding cowardly. Seconds stretched. 1 minute. 2. "Devin," I called. No answer, only the crunch of gravel drive 30 feet away as Mary shifted her weight. A car swept past on the distant highway. The sensor bulb hummed. My throat tightened. I knelt, peered into the hatch. The flashlight beam flickered somewhere beyond my sight line, then cut off entirely. Darkness swallowed everything. "Devin!" Louder now. Silence. Panic surged. I considered diving in after him, yet the opening looked as inviting as an open grave. A sound emerged. Shuffling, labored, accompanied by quick inhalations. Devin's sneakers appeared, backing toward the hatch. He crawled out, breathing like a sprinter who'd run too far. Moonlight or the porch bulb, hard to distinguish, glinted on sweat across his forehead. The pistol slipped from his waistband and clattered onto the grass. "We've got to go," he rasped, gripping my arm hard enough to bruise. I asked what happened. He only repeated, "We've got to go," each word sharper, until he practically dragged me toward his Subaru parked at the curb. I stumbled along, confusion dissolving into raw fear because I had never seen Devin show anything but calm competence. He opened the passenger door, shoved me inside, slammed it. Then he darted up the porch steps, flung open the main door. "Mary! Elka!" he yelled. The dogs barreled out, nails skittering on decking, leapt into the back seat. Devin climbed behind the wheel, locked every door, and started the engine with a shaking hand. Gravel sprayed as he reversed, then shot forward down the street. Only when we were 5 blocks away did he slow. Steam fogged the windshield. My voice returned in a tremor. "What did you see?" Devin inhaled twice, eyes fixed on dark pavement. "Something is living under that house," he said, almost whispering. "Not a raccoon. Not anything natural." He described a figure huddled between joists. Flesh the color of curdled milk stretched over bones, limbs spidery, fingers ending in translucent claws that looked more like nail than flesh. He said its skull was smooth, hairless, like a baby's, and like a baby, it had no real face. Instead of eyes, deep black pits. Instead of a nose, only narrow slits. Where a mouth should be, soft flesh pressed together as though never opened. Devin had shone the flashlight straight at it. The creature turned toward the beam, tilted its head, and unfolded one of its hands in a slow, almost curious gesture. Devin swore he felt a wet growl reverberate through the floor into his bones before he scrambled backward. I waited for him to laugh, to grin and admit he'd pranked me because I'd pranked him so many times. But there was no humor in his voice. Tears welled in his eyes. He kept nodding, as if confirming to himself what he'd witnessed. We spent that night in his driveway, engine off to conserve gas, seat heaters ticking. Elka curled against the rear passenger door. Mary draped her head across the center console, watching me with worried brown eyes. At some point, exhaustion overshadowed fear, and I dozed. When I jerked awake at dawn, Devin's seat was still upright, eyes bloodshot, hands gripping the steering wheel as though we might peel away any second. We returned to my grandmother's house only in full daylight. Devin wouldn't let me exit the car until sunlight bathed the siding. Inside, nothing had changed, at least nothing visible. The crawlspace hatch remained ajar, the padlock dangling. But I did not follow Devin when he crouched to relock the door. My pulse hammered until the key clicked. Then I helped him gather only the most valuable items: laptop, sketchbooks, my grandmother's pearl earrings, from inside. We left boxes, furniture, everything else. I now sleep on Devin's couch, my dogs curled at my feet. We reported the discovery to an animal control hotline, omitting the details no one would believe. An officer promised to investigate. I doubt they will crawl far enough inside. I doubt any ordinary person will. By daylight, I drive to the house, cram belongings into plastic totes, and haul them to my grandmother's current residence 3 towns over. Devin accompanies me each trip, pistol tucked beneath his jacket. We finish loading before dusk and never linger past sunset, certainly never until 11. I do not know what lives beneath that house. I only know Devin's terror convinced me more than any photograph could. Something found a nest beneath my floorboards. Something that scratches rhythmically. Something with fingers made of fingernails and holes where eyes should be. Something that reacts when you stomp from above. The memory of its wet growl hovers at the edge of my hearing each time night settles. I dream of it exploring empty rooms now that I'm gone, sliding those long fingers across the planks where my footsteps once echoed, sniffing the air for the scent that has fled. I will never again set foot in that house after dark. I will never risk hearing that scratch and discovering the hatch unlocked, the crawl space empty, the creature loose within walls that once felt like home.